Consciousness movement, we have felt the depth of the truth for which our souls, hearts, and minds have been yearning. We are recognizing more and more how important it is to understand the Shastra, to learn to love Krishna, to see ourselves and every living being in the whole creation as one extended family. We are learning to see and experience Krishna in our souls, and to see and experience Krishna in every person and situation. We have learned to be grateful for every day, every moment in Krishna consciousness. And the devotees in the Saskatoon Preaching Center in Canada contributed these moving words. You crossed continents and oceans, alone and elderly, to bring Krishna consciousness to the living of divine. You are the epitome of kindness, love, faith, tolerance, and courage, and your causeless mercy has inspired us and so many others to take up the chanting of Krishna's name. You have given us all we need to go back to Krishna, your determination to lead by example, and your faith in complete surrender to Krishna inspire us daily.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Continue to bless us.
I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
Finally, like several of the devotees who wrote offerings this year, I saw how in some ways the coronavirus can be a karuna virus. How? Up to the conclusion of the Kurukshetra war, as impetuses to take full shelter of Sri Krishna and call out to the Vyasa. Bhavatu darshanam yatsya apunar bhava darshanam. I wish that all those calamities would happen again and again, so that we could see you again and again. For seeing you means that we will no longer see repeated births and deaths. In the case of ISKCON devotees, the pandemic has been an impetus to take even more shelter of Srila Prabhupada in his most accessible and important manifestation, his words, and to share them with others. Just as Srila Prabhupada faced and overcame so many dangers to begin and develop the Krishna consciousness movement, his sincere followers are seizing the moment to take inspiration from the dangerous COVID-19 pandemic. Hold on even tighter to his lotus feet and strive harder to serve him by becoming more Krishna conscious and giving Krishna consciousness to others. Dravida Das, Vyasa, Puja book, editor. Really beautiful introduction to meditate on as we get started. And Ramprudasi already logged on.
Yeah, she's here.
Hare Krishna,
I just can't see
Ramprudasi.
her.
Please accept our humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
You can see her in there.
You can see her there.
Ram Devi. Hare Krishna.
Welcome. So, just because we have so many speakers today, we're not doing super long introductions. If we did, Ramprudasi Dasi has such a beautiful long bio of all the many services that she's done for Srila Prabhupada. She's so beloved by so many of us and a beloved dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. We're so honored to have her here, and she's done so many services over the years, but one of her main services now is heading up the Karuna Care project. And so she inspires and helps and nourishes so many devotees around the world. So we're super, super grateful to have you here, Ramprudasi. Thank you so much for being here with us. And we're really looking forward to hearing from you now.
Okay, did I start? Are you ready? Are you ready for me? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskacha Deshatadine. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva and delivering the Western countries which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. So Srila Prabhupada's mission was completely dedicated to eradicating impersonalism and voidism because it is so pervasive and the number one cause of all the problems of the world today. And we can see from reading the Chaitanya Charitamrita that even in Lord Chaitanya's time, devotees had to constantly fight against this mentality in themselves and in the minds of those around them. So why is that? Because this is the age of quarrel and hypocrisy. And even as aspiring devotees, we are influenced by the tendency to quarrel for the slightest reason and to be hypocritical. It's in the very air we breathe, like the coronavirus, and it is the disease of this age of Kali. So we're honoring and remembering Srila Prabhupada today for his sacrificing his life to bring us the cure for this terrible and rampant disease of impersonalism and voidism. And the symptom of this disease is the all-pervading lack of awareness that God's supreme personality is the underlying source and principle of all life. We can see all around us the ramifications of this impersonalist lack of awareness, which holds nothing to be sacred in this world. The promises we make to each other or to a value are no longer sacred. Instead, we give in at even the slightest challenge to our uphill climb towards human excellence. Leadership is no longer viewed as sacred service on behalf of the Lord. Religious texts are viewed as metaphorical histories that are outdated and irrelevant rather than sacred truth texts. Cows are raised for the sole purpose of satisfying our lusty palates, and our bodies are used for entertainment rather than sacred vessels of the divine. Instead of sacred food, we prefer junk food, and our personal stories are shared on social media rather than held sacred by our confidential listeners. And this lack of awareness of God's presence and personality at the core of all existence is responsible for the lack of care and attention for all living beings, the creation, and ourselves. And like every other acharya in our Gaudiya Vaishnava lineage, Srila Prabhupada saw all of this and responded to our impersonalistic ignorance by doing everything in his power to heal this all-pervasive, destructive disease by trying to raise our awareness to the sacred presence of God within the hearts of all living beings by teaching us the path of bhakti, or the yoga of devotion and caring. When Prabhupada arrived in the United States, the people he encountered were so covered with impersonalism, he had to teach us behaviors that for any healthy society would be common sense. Behaviors like caring for our own children with the commitment of love and care. For example, in 1972, Prabhupada writes to one of his female disciples, "I am simply surprised that you want to give up your child to some other persons, even when they are also devotees. For you, child worship is more important than deity worship. If you cannot spend time with your child, then stop the duties of pujari. These children are given to us by Krishna. They are Vaishnavas, and we must be very careful to protect them. These are not ordinary children. They are Vaikuntha children, and we are very fortunate we can give them a chance to advance further in Krishna consciousness. That is a very great responsibility. Do not neglect it or be confused. Your duty is very, very clear." Another behavior Prabhupada had to teach us to care for each other when one of us were sick. Pretty common sense. For example, Prabhupada writes, Um, One of the symptoms of a devotee is that they are kind. So if our god brother or sister becomes ill, it is our duty to help them get the proper medicine and treatment so they can recover. In 1976, Prabhupada writes yet another disciple in Mayapur, "It is nice that you are caring for the devotees. They have left everything for me, so they should be treated as sons and daughters." So there's so many letters from Prabhupada to his disciples who were engaged in all kinds of services. And in each letter, his underlying message was that because the Krishna consciousness movement is a theology of personalism, it is the duty of each of us to practice and promote the culture of care for ourselves and all living beings. This is the bhakti process, the yoga of caring. Practically everything Prabhupada said or did was an expression or a demonstration of this personalism, that Krishna is a person and every living being is also a person. And every person has an eternal relationship with God as his part and also his parcel or his sacred vessel. In that sense, all living beings are sacred temples of the Supreme Lord. This notion of God within us and us within God is known as panentheism in theological circles. Christianity is also a panentheistic theology, which is why Srila Prabhupada considered true Christians or even true Muslims and any other authentic person of faith to be a Vaishnava. He did not advocate that anyone should give up the God of their understanding. Rather, he wanted to see that people from all religious traditions practice their religion's core teachings, which was to care for all living beings because they were all part and parcel of God or Krishna, the all-attractive one. Prabhupada was always trying to get us to understand that Krishna will not accept our show of devotion unless we care, especially for his devotees and for all living beings. He was particularly expert in modeling this in his own life. For example, in the first Gorpanim in Mayapur, when the only existing building was not finished and all the devotees arrived for the festival, Srila Prabhupada got up in the middle of the night to look into each room to see if each devotee was properly taken care of. He wanted to be sure that each devotee had their own mosquito net. Prabhupada was also very concerned that each devotee had sufficient prasadam and clothing and adequate living facilities, and that they were being taken care of when they were sick. During the last months of his life, Srila Prabhupada was so sick himself that he couldn't even walk. So when he had to go upstairs, a couple of devotees would carry him in his chair. And one of these devotees had a terrible boil on their foot, and he groaned in pain when the boil was hit by something as they carried Srila Prabhupada upstairs on his chair. And Prabhupada immediately asked this particular devotee, "What happened? Are you all right?" And the devotee said, "There's no problem. I'm all right." And Prabhupada insisted he tell them what he was groaning about. And after the devotee had told him about his boil, Prabhupada immediately swung into action and told him exactly how to heal it using herbal medicine. The next day, when Prabhupada again saw this devotee, he asked him how his foot was. Despite his own health issues, Prabhupada was more concerned about the health of his disciple. Prabhupada was not only concerned for the physical health of the devotees of Krishna, he was also concerned that they were emotionally taken care of as well. He wrote so many letters to his disciples expressing his concern that they felt satisfied and joyful in Krishna consciousness, and pressing upon his leaders their responsibility to take care of all the devotees' basic human needs. Not just their basic survival needs like food and shelter and safety, but their need for love and belonging as well. And Prabhupada also set the example that he was not only concerned for his disciples' basic needs, he was also concerned for the needs of his family members, even after he took sannyas. And when he heard that his wife and daughter were not being cared for properly by other family members, he arranged that ISKCON should regularly pay for an apartment for them to comfortably live in. In the memories of Bhakti Sundar Govinda, Swami, a disciple of Sridhar Maharaj from the Gaudiya Math, he gives an account that's retold in Mula Prakriti's book of pastimes of Prabhupada before he came to the West. And he describes how Prabhupada had a son named Prayag who had a kind of madness called melancholy. It's kind of a depression. And he explained how Prabhupada was very fond of Prayag because he was so intelligent and learned in Shastra even at a young age. But when he became a teenager, he took up some kind of illicit association of a neighborhood girl, which was pretty forbidden in Bengali culture. And so he left home. And Bhakti Sundar Goswami explained that many years later, he happened to meet Prayag after he had been gone from the family home for about 10 years. And Prayag approached Bhakti Sundar on the street. He recognized him, and he was looking like a beggar. And he was collecting torn pieces of paper and other things and putting them randomly in his pocket. But when Prayag saw Bhakti Sundar, he recognized him and he greeted him, saying, "Oh, Govinda, how are you?" And Bhakti Sundar said he watched him by the side of the road for about half an hour and saw that Prayag continued down the street, simply collecting pieces of trash and putting them in his pocket, wondering what happened to this boy who was so intelligent, was such a great father. Later on, Prabhupada asked Bhakti Sundar if he had seen his son, Prayag Raj, anywhere, because he was worried about him. And Bhakti Sundar explained to Prabhupada that he had seen him homeless and begging in the streets of Calcutta. Prabhupada's sister Pishima was also there, and when Prabhupada heard this, he ordered her, "You search him out, find him, and take care of him. You have made a vow that you would do this." So Prabhupada was concerned, even after he took sannyas, that his own son, who had mental illness, should be cared for rather than neglected and forgotten. So there's another story of some of Prabhupada's leaders later on complaining to him about another prominent leader, saying they did not think he was very competent in this way and that way, and that he should be gotten rid of and kicked out. And Prabhupada, he became very angry, and he said to them, "If a woman has a child who is deaf and blind, what should she do? Should she kill it?" And Prabhupada said, "No, she should develop it." Other places, Prabhupada says that it's easy to kick a person out, but that it took some skill in order to find a way to engage them in Krishna's service. He used to say, "I'm doing the easy job to make people devotees, but you have the difficult job to train them in Krishna consciousness." So this is the task that Prabhupada has given to all of us, regardless of what circumstances we find ourselves and whatever resources we have in our possession, to engage everything and everyone in the service of the Lord with an attitude of care. And this may seem like an easy task. Just add the ingredient of love and care to everything we do. But in my experience, despite how much each of us yearns to be unconditionally caring, we don't know how because we have not seen it anywhere in our lives. Because we have been so conditioned by this deadly atmosphere of impersonalism for so many lifetimes that being an open and unconditionally caring person feels counterintuitive. It's so foreign to us. And therefore, we have to faithfully follow the instructions of a pure devotee like Srila Prabhupada and continue on the bhakti path, trusting that in due course of time, we will be cleansed of our impersonalistic attitudes and behaviors and become authentic lovers of Krishna and all living beings. So I want to stop there. And I know I have not taken the whole 30 minutes, and that's okay. I know you have other people, but perhaps if someone has a reflection or a comment or something they'd like to share about this topic, or if they even resonate with the topic. Nothing?
I think we're waiting to see.
Any reflections? Yeah.
Yeah. Vinod Prabhu, could you unmute so that we can get the audio from Your end?
I'm unmuted.
Oh, yeah. We just need the temple room audio
Aha.
one.
She's muted, Udava. I can probably do it from here. Anyway.
Okay, how's that?
Yep, that's good.
Sorry, little technical difficulties.
Can you hear me also? Can you hear Mother Nidra?
I can now, but I can't now, but I did a minute ago. You're too far away.
Should be able to hear.
Yeah.
Now I see you.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. So nice to see you.
It's nice to see you. My obeisances was wonderful having you here years back. I was just wondering what suggestions you might have, practical ones for temples like us, rather small to medium size, to establish devotee care programs. It seems difficult sometimes to do, but like you're speaking, just ourselves to become more personal. But just was wondering what suggestions you might have. You've been here before. You may have some suggestions for some small group of devotees, what we can do to increase care.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a question I get a lot because people really don't know. We have various notions about what it means to care for devotees, and maybe it's taking them to the doctor or getting them food or caring for them when they die, but it's far more holistic than that. And so what I have found with my students particularly is they don't know how to listen. They don't know what they're listening for. And when they do hear, they don't know how to make an assessment what a person needs. And so we're working on this piece, first of all, learning how to read the living human document, which is absolutely essential to know what people need. But they don't know what people need because they're not able to listen and they don't know what they're listening for. So we start there and we just start listening to people. And my recommendation for every community is they need to have intentional spaces of communication. There has to be, just like you have arti ceremonies and puja and all of those things, there needs to be spaces where people can openly, without judgment, without advising, to express themselves, particularly their emotions. We're doing right now in the second semester a module on grief and how pervasive that is, when we think in terms of life as change, loss of identity, loss of a limb, loss of our health, loss of our a home, or whatever it is. And how, if we are not skilled or created, given spaces where we can even express those feelings, it causes physical illness and mental illness in so many ways. And people, if they don't have open sharing, they're thinking I'm alone here, and often they're thinking I must be going crazy that I should be feeling these things. And this is where you move into really desperate things like suicide and chronic depression and all of those things. So I have started also in several temples a open medium resilience group, meets once a week. I've invited Potomac, New Vrindavan, and Chicago, and you all can do that there. It doesn't require an awful lot of skill, but it just structured, facilitated sharing where it's focusing on us in our personal spiritual growth rather than talking about other people, and which is what we're afraid of because we don't know how to create meaningful, healthy conversation. We avoid it. So now you have no communication rather than spiritually connecting relationships and communication. We just need to learn how to do that. And there's plenty of there's plenty of information there and training that can be had. And so this is my attempt to train devotees how to at least have one person in the temple who knows how to facilitate meaningful, heart connecting conversations. That's absolutely a loving exchange for devotees. And it's been life changing for some of the students in the program.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rambur Devi. I appreciate I appreciate very much the depth of your explaining what it means to really care, not just on the physical level, but the emotional, mental level, and being aware of that in ourselves, how it comes out in that impersonalism manifests, and then in our relationships with others. It really reminds me of how the different levels of devotee, the Kanishta, Majjiman, just seeing like that impersonalistic tendency in the heart is it's similar to what's described, that when we'll take care of, say, the deity, but then when it comes to the devotees, we don't. But to take it further and to really say the emotional and mental level too.
There's five aspects. We covered this. I did a series of workshops a couple weeks ago in New Vrindavan following a suicide they had there. There's actually 5 areas in order for a community or an individual to be healthy. It's physical, it's emotional, it's also cognitive, intellectual. Putting positive, stimulating information in the brain, learning something. Social, social, emotional, cognitive, and we need to play sometimes. That was something I discovered at New Vrindavan. Nobody plays anymore. Used to be, we would do things together that were fun. Festivals were full of drama, or, I don't know. We have these festivals and we do them because we feel duty bound to do them, but there's no play or recreation incorporated in them. And in fact, it says right in the Bhagavad Gita that a person cannot practice yoga if they are not equibalanced in eating, sleeping, recreating, and what else? Eating, sleeping, recreating. I don't know what it is, but the recreating is right there. We have to recreate ourselves by having playing together, doing things together. Malati Prabhu just a couple weeks ago took all the women out to some park, and they spent the entire day swimming and napping and talking. And that was it. And it was the most incredibly rejuvenating experience, even to the widow of the person who suicided. She said that was so healing to have space just to sit and hang out with the devotees. Simple. So really important.
Nice, thank you. Does anyone else have a reflection?
I know you only have 5 minutes, and you probably have somebody coming after, so we can stop.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Rambur Dasi. This was so enlivening and inspiring. I had never heard that about. I really appreciated all the examples that you gave of Srila Prabhupada, caring for the devotees physically, mentally, emotionally, and also specifically, I'd never heard that pastime before about him caring for his wife and family, even after he had taken sannyas, that he actually reached out and made sure that ISKCON could give them an apartment when he found out that their family wasn't really taking proper care of them. I never heard that before. And that's a question that, it comes up for people a lot, like about Prabhupada leaving his family and did he know that they were being taken care of? And so I'm wondering if you have any more information about that. Like, was Prabhupada in touch with them regularly, or did he just make sure they were taken? Like anything else about that?
Well, I know I just read that in Hari Sari's autobiography, that he was a servant at that time. And when they got to India, that was something they did, practically off the plane I don't know how he got information. I know he had letters back and forth when one of his sisters died. There was some aerograms. And so he was, emotionally affected by that. But I don't know. I can't tell you specifically how he would know that. You know, in those days there was no telephone really, or cell phones, and everything went on by communication through letters. But there, I mean, his son, who just died, I guess he was his youngest son, was in connection with him. He would come and see him and whatnot, you know. And the interesting thing was the devotees didn't understand, you know, who he was. And sometimes he would come and wait at the door to see Prabhupada, and they wouldn't let him in because they didn't understand that, well, this is my son. And even though he was a sannyasi, he did have connections with his son when he would come. And but he also was very clear that his disciples were also his children. You know, he wasn't partial, but he was responsible. And I have read myself in his letters where he said that you know, you may not live with your wife or your husband, but you're responsible. You're still duty bound, responsible for their care. And you know, I think that he modeled that in so many ways. It wasn't like that he was going there. He just made sure that ISKCON, there was a budget, you know, that there was a budget for the rest of their life, that they had care. Certainly when he first took sannyas, he didn't have anything to offer. And his sons had to manage that, you know. And one of his sons was quite upset and still upset about the fact that Prabhupada left him all the business to tie up and to take care of all the responsibilities of the family. But over time, then Prabhupada had all kinds of money and manpower that came from Krishna to the movement. So he offered that, you know, not a lot of it, but what they needed, you know. It was just to be responsible and not to turn it back on them when they were in need. I think one of his daughters didn't get married, and that was a big regret for him, that she was, I don't know, 16 or something when he took sannyas, or she was very young and never got married. And that's about all I know about that.
We have 2 minutes, and someone typed a chat.
I can ask it real quick too.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ramru. Prabhu. It was just so inspiring. And this is kind of a big question, and so maybe I can follow up with you after. But you were speaking about kind of how, you know, Prabhupada created this holistic atmosphere for devotees to really be supported. And I've seen one obstacle to that is often when there's this kind of conflict between our ideals as being pure devotees of Krishna and our real human experience, and then the fear of like exposing my human experience amongst devotees because of the high ideals that we share. So what are some ways that we can combat that kind of resistance to be open in light of our high ideals? It's a big question, but I just wanted to ask.
We have to actually cultivate atmosphere of love and trust, and you can only do that again with regulated, safe, and spaces, confidential spaces where people can openly share, knowing that they are not going to be put on Facebook. You know, there's a commitment when you have these kind of conversations. There's a covenant that you make. I mean, there's a whole process in doing that. And then that's what I'm teaching my students, you know, and that's what we're doing with each other. We can't help others unless we heal ourselves. We know that. So there's open sharing. There's a lot of tears sometimes. There's looking into our histories. There's, you know, digging up some of those dead ghosts that are in our histories that we're projecting on other things. And we have to stop pretending, because you can't jump over. And that's sahaja. And we have to cultivate that as devotees, is that we are where we are, and we have to start where we are. We can't start where we're not, and just be honest. Krishna sees everything anyway. You can't hide ourselves. It's kind of, you know, Krishna's right in your heart. He knows every thought you've got. You can't fake it. But we need to, in order to be healthy, we've got to be transparent. It has to be a culture of care in our communities, and that can only be done by open sharing. Yeah. We can talk more if you want to know more about that. Yeah. So
Thank you very much.
who's next? I guess I should hop off, right? Because you have somebody else coming or something, right?
Well, thank you so much again. We have our next speaker ready here. So we're gonna,
Okay.
but if you want to stay on to listen and be part of the conversation, you're most welcome. But we also understand if you need to go.
Okay, I'll stay on a little bit and let's see. You know, I'm here by myself in my basement, so maybe you'll be just my festival today. I'll
Guys,
stay on a little bit. Yeah, Haribo.
we go till 11:30, and then we'll do Vyasa, like we'll do the Pushpanjali and Arti, and then we have again more speakers from 3 to 4:30 this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
We all know Prabhu here, so we're not doing so much introductions today, but we're so excited to hear from you.
Better. I remember that I was a teenager and I saw a magazine. It was a popular magazine like US News or People magazines, and there was a picture of Srila Prabhupada on it, and it said, well, the information was not exactly correct. It says A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder of the Hare Krishna movement. Their diet consists of lettuce and walnuts exclusively, and George Harrison of the Beatles pays all their bills. But I remember the picture of Prabhupada. Prabhupada had this regal visage, his head held high and looking down. And even I didn't have a conception of sacredness and saintly people and so on. Like how could someone be better than someone else? Still, I could see that he was no ordinary being. And I even tried, I confess, I thought maybe there is some mechanical thing that I can do and see what he sees, because it was obvious that he could see beyond what regular mortal beings saw. So I started walking around probably like this. And nothing happened. So now, many years have passed. Actually, yesterday I took a little time in a corner. I wrote a little something. Usually I would not take notes or prepare, but I thought it was appropriate because I had a few thoughts that I wanted to expand on. Srila Prabhupada wholeheartedly gave the last years of his life to create, spread, and maintain his movement and to enthuse his disciples. He never forgot Krishna. Before pursuing full-time the order of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and as a householder, he was actively practicing devotional service. Even as a child, his activities were permeated by bhakti. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't know how to eat, how to clean ourselves, or what to live for. We owe everything to him. That debt can never be repaid, but trying to repay it is our duty. The way to do that is to follow in his footsteps and give Krishna consciousness to others. The world is suffering for lack of Krishna consciousness. Other problems are truly insignificant, including COVID. Living entities take birth and die every day in this world. The only valuable asset to be acquired while in this material tabernacle is bhakti. One can only get bhakti from one who has bhakti. Prabhupada has enough bhakti to save the world, but he chose his followers to spread it, just like Lord Chaitanya could have delivered everyone just by himself. But he wanted his followers, like the Goswamis, to do it and take the credit. It behooves us to take up the responsibility of trying to satisfy Srila Prabhupada's foremost desire. It is in this process that we will find strength, purity, and ultimately lasting peace and fulfillment. We are individually insignificant, yet Krishna cares about every one of us. More so if we unite to defy Maya's grip on ourselves and others. If we don't even attempt to relieve Srila Prabhupada's burden and carry on with his mission, we can chant Jaya Prabhupada until our throats turn blue like Lord Shiva's, and the world will continue to sink into the material consciousness. There are devotees everywhere. Unfortunately, the overwhelming majority aren't aware of such identity. We can't high-five each other seeing so many temples and practitioners of bhakti, but I find it a bit premature. Let us pray for the intelligence required to make this movement and philosophy appealing to those who, unlike us, haven't been blessed by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya to read and understand Prabhupada's books. I am an insignificant, tiny living entity, incapable of helping anyone, including myself, yet by begging Srila Prabhupada's mercy, I, or anyone willing, for that matter, might become capable of guiding others towards the path of Krishna consciousness. So we may not ever get to appreciate the scope, the magnitude of Srila Prabhupada's contribution. He did build a house in which the whole world can live. He delivered the world in its darkest hour. It's just that time is separating us from that moment from occurring. Just like when Prabhupada was sitting alone, and I think it was 1965, and I was talking to a gentleman on a park bench, and he says, "So what do you have going?" And Prabhupada said, "Oh, we have temples, we have devotees, we have, books, we have money, we have festivals, we have that. But it's just time separating us from it." Prabhupada hadn't started yet, but he already knew. So yes, there is time. Hopefully it will be during my lifetime. I don't know how many years I have left, but hopefully we will see a resurgence of the truly spiritual movement that Prabhupada wanted to create, which was meant to save the world. Because there is very little else that we can do but beg for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, the Acharyas, and Krishna himself to get the power to deliver this message to the sleeping souls. That's my message. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
We have a few minutes if anyone has a reflection on what Guru said. Thank you so much, Guru, for your beautiful offering. And if not, we can invite Mother Parmeshwari to come and speak when she's ready. Well, you can sit in this chair.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Satsrutas Swami Namni. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namni. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Srinivadi Pascharya Shadari. So I wanted to read a bit from our Srila Prabhupada, a friend to all, where early contemporaries of Srila Prabhupada, they remember him. So we can learn so much more about the person, not just his accomplishments, but what kind of person Srila Prabhupada is. And in that way, it can make us more appreciative and more dedicated to serving him as our Param Guru. So I'll read first. Of course, many of these people who were interviewed by Mula Prakriti Prabhu, who wrote the book, they passed away. Some passed away soon after, or some of them heard from other people too. So I'm going to read from Shripad Nayanananda Das Babaji Maharaj. He was a disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, Srila Prabhupada's godbrother. And this interview was conducted in 1999. And since that time, Shripad Babaji Maharaj has left this world. So he was saying that he stayed in this temple in Champahati. I usually lived in Champahati since it was my family's place, but I would frequently visit Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj's mat at Bag Bazaar in Calcutta. That's the marble one, the Bag Bazaar. And it was there that I first met Sri Abhay Charan Prabhu in 1927. So this is in the 20s. We used to associate together in the mat. I made a close friendship with him at that time. Although I was a brahmachari and he was a grihasta, because he waited 11 years before he took initiation, I was initiated before him. However, he was older than me and senior in many ways, senior in age, senior in qualification, and even senior in meeting our Guru Dev. Abhay Prabhu behaved very humbly to everyone, even though he was senior in many ways to most of the people who came later during those 11 years. He would always pay dandavat to others just because they had taken initiation first. He joined before, but they had taken initiation first. Reminds me of other devotees. He would always pay dandavats. Though he had made that devoted connection with our Gurudev first, he didn't formally take initiation until later on because of his family and his business. I recall clearly how very serious, humble, and simple he was. Many of these devotees said that he was very simple, he was quiet, he was not talkative, but he was very much interested in discussing philosophy. And sometimes he would love to have arguments, like he would pose like an atheist or materialist, and the other devotee would pose as devotee, and they would be discussing. And in that way, they'd thrash out, work out, discuss the philosophy thread there, and develop ways to defeat people argumentatively, and so on when they're on the preaching field. So yeah, many of devotees attest that it was very simple, humble, serious person. Sometimes when I was in Calcutta, I would go visit him at Sita Kanta Banerjee Lane, where he had his home and chemical business. Sat Prasangananda Brahmachari. Wow, that's a nice name. Sat Prasangananda Brahmachari. At this time, he was 93 years old, this Brahmachari. And Satish Prabhu, who is now 73, used to go with me when I visited his house in Sita Banerjee Lane. He was very affectionate to us. He always welcomed guests into his home. He opened his house to any Vaishnavas in the Gaudiya map, whether they were his godbrothers or young brahmacharis who weren't godbrothers and hadn't even been initiated. This reminds me of Srila Prabhupada's father, because Srila Prabhupada's father was always in the habit of having devotees come, so-called devotees, feeding them, serving them, and being overall hospitable. And sometimes Prabhupada would be skeptical about that because he would think that perhaps these people are not genuine, that they're fake, they're pseudo. And Prabhupada, he didn't really care for that earlier on. But since he met the devotees, since he met Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, we see he's so very appreciative and in this mood of service and hospitality to all the devotees. When we used to go out on preaching programs in Calcutta, we would sometimes finish very late at night. We would go to his house at that late hour, and his policy was always to open his door to have us stay with him, even though we had not given him any warning. Sometimes they just show up and Prabhupada would come open the door for them. We would come and knock on his door, and he would always open the door and welcome us in. Often he would even give us his own room and sleep out in the living room himself. When we woke up in the morning, he would cook and offer prasadam to us. We came there so many times, on many occasions. I also came as a guest at his house along with Srila Bhakti Pragna Keshava Maharaj. And also this is reminiscent of Prabhupada when he first came to New York, and he would always serve the newcomers, the very first guests he had, the prospective devotees. He would serve them, he would do everything. He would cook, he'd personally serve them, he would clean up after, he would, always in this mood of service. That's so nice about a Vaishnava. A devotee is like a one-man army. They can do anything and work in any capacity, in any one of the varnas or the ashrams. They're just so, they're just easy, like how Krishna is easy. The devotees, they're so malleable and pliable. They can always adjust to the occasion and suit and act in so many diverse ways. So we see Prabhupada always had this service attitude. He was fiery with the philosophy. He wanted to share the philosophy, to broadcast it. But also we're seeing he's always actively and spontaneously applying the philosophy. I recall that later, when Abhay Charan Prabhu was living in Calcutta, he told us that he didn't keep installed deities in his home at that time because his wife and family weren't so favorable. His wife was actually initiated by Bhakti Saranga Maharaj, Srila Vaishnavi, who was one of his godbrothers. Prabhu had arranged for her to be initiated, but she wasn't so much involved. He had his own room in the house, and he kept it very pakka to a very high-class standard. So although he didn't have deities, he had photos on an altar of Radha Krishna deities, Sri Sri Nitai Gaur and his Gurudev. He worshipped all these pictures every day and offered all the bhoga in the house to them. He did most of that seva himself. We notice how carefully he kept that standard. As far as I understood, Abhay Charan Prabhu kept the highest standards from the time that he first met Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and especially later We saw that he chanted 64 rounds a day, even though he hadn't requested formal initiation. And this was during the time that he was working full-time in his business. Whenever we met him, he was chanting 1 lakh of names, 64 rounds every day. Whenever he got time off from work, he would immediately go to associate with the different devotees of the Gaudiya Math. He often went to Vyasa, and sometimes he would also go by train to Navadvip and Mayapur. So whatever opportunity he gets, like he'd slip away, he's just going to meet the devotees all the time. Can't do without them. I distinctly recall some very special occasions involving Abhay Charana Ravinda Prabhu and our Gurudev, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. Listen to this. The first occurred at the Sri Chaitanya Math in Sridham, Mayapur. Our Gurudev used to pace along the balcony of his quarters upstairs, up and down, chanting Hare Krishna. One day I was visiting while he was pacing there, surrounded by a crowd of many top sannyasis and brahmacharis. Then I saw that Abhay Charana Ravinda Prabhu had come on a visit from Calcutta and was walking up the stairs. Somehow, our Gurudev immediately noticed him coming, and as he was walking there by his doorway, he motioned for Prabhu to come near him. Prabhu approached him slowly and humbly, and Gurudev greeted him warmly and affectionately, and then opened his door and beckoned Prabhu to come inside alone with him. They remained inside for some time. All the other devotees were amazed that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati showed this preference to a grihasta in white cloth, living outside the mat. He's an outside devotee, and in those days, you can imagine, if you live outside, well, are you even considered a devotee? And a grihasta on top of that. Everyone was discussing this. What's going on inside there? I especially noticed how beautiful and effulgent he was looking when he emerged from Gurudev's room. The last year that our Gurudev organized and performed Gauda Mandal Parikram, thousands and thousands of pilgrims assembled at our Champahati Mandir. So we see Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he most likely was the inaugurator of the Parikram, the Mandal Parikram. So thousands of pilgrims were there at Champahati Mandir. There was a whole village of tents in all directions. On the afternoon of the last day, one of our godbrothers had just arrived in Navadvip, having returned from London by boat. So these disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, they're crossing the ocean. They're traveling. They're like jet-age people already, although they didn't have jets at the time. But they're doing the Yukta Vairagya thing. So he had just arrived from London, this godbrother, and he had gone to preach in London, but had returned without meeting with full success. In the evening, while Guru Maharaj was giving pravachan, he explained that it was his earnest desire that the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu should be spread in the Western countries. He told how it was the vision of Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur that this would happen, and it was also the last request of his mother, Bhaktisiddhanta's mom, Srimati Bhagavati Devi, to him before she left this world. Consequently, he had been willing to take the lifeblood of the Gaudiya Math in funds to send devotees there to preach. But so far, these attempts have been largely unsuccessful. At this moment, while he was giving his talk, I noticed that something very mysterious was happening. Guru Maharaj was looking out at the large crowd of devotees. especially in the front, where all the sannyasis and brahmacharis in red cloth were. Then he turned his head and looked over to his left side where I was standing. He was looking intently at someone and became silent for a long moment. I happened to look behind me and I clearly saw that the person with whom he was making eye contact was Abhay Charanaravinda Prabhu. I thought that they were looking at each other in a special way. Then Guru Maharaj again addressed the audience in front of him and said, "But I have a prediction. However long in the future it may be, I predict that one of my disciples will cross the ocean and that devotee will bring back the whole world." I remember this incident, and Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj truly made it come to pass exactly in this way. Should I stop now?
Well, we have the next half hour. Can you not open?
Oh, I just wanted to read from a Mataji. It's very short. Okay. Her name is Srimati Gargi Devi Dasi. She looks so sweet. Gargi. Gargi is the name of a famous philosopher, female philosopher, Vedic philosopher from ages ago, eons ago. You know, the men are rishis. Well, she's a rishika, Gargi. So she's famous. She's the one who challenged Yajnavalkya, the great sage, and asked him certain questions, and challenged him with those questions. 3 questions, I think she asked, and he answered all of them in an assembly where they were invited by King Janaka. So she's named after that Gargi. Srimati Gargi Devi Dasi became a disciple of Bhakti Pragya Keshava Maharaj, who was a disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, Prabhupada's godbrother. She was performing her bhajan at West Bengal. So it's very short, and she says, in the 1940s, when our first Gaudiya Vedanta Samiti Mat was being established, everyone addressed Srila Swami Maharaj as Abhay Charan Babu, because he was a grihastha. I remember him coming several times to the math in Chinchura. He came from Calcutta and would stay in the math here overnight on the weekends. When he visited us while Srila Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pragya Keshava Goswami Maharaj was residing here, they would associate together privately and intimately. They're godbrothers. And Keshava Maharaj was always very friendly toward him and encouraging Srila Prabhupada's ambition to go to the West. We noticed them deeply absorbed in discussing Hari Katha. When the math was small, they sometimes stayed together in the same room. He was a very intimate friend of our Gurudev, and we all gave him respect. Because Abhay Babu was a senior devotee and a godbrother of our Gurudev, he would give Chaitanya Charitamrita and Srimad Bhagavatam classes. During that time, his reputation became well known. He was considered an erudite, advanced Vaishnava, humble, shastric, and carefully absorbed in Krishna consciousness. At that time, he was also a businessman selling chemicals and pharmaceutical products in Calcutta. But I noted how supporting his family seemed to create a conflict. He was so deeply absorbed in Krishna consciousness. Even then, his enthusiasm for serving Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati by strong writing and preaching was stronger than anything else in his life. Now, so much later, all of the Vaishnavas are seeing the fruits of his Krishna consciousness. Srimati Gargi Devi Dasi Ki Jai. So I hope Srila Prabhupada, I can just see Srila Prabhupada, he's smiling and he's laughing, he's remembering his contemporaries, friends, god brothers, god nieces, and so on. And it's just really fascinating to read all these different memories, because we get to know more about the person and the essence of the person who's behind this great mission, this great movement. So more appreciation, more dedication, more love to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Hare Krishna.
Vinod Prabhu, I'm not sure if Ganapati Swami is able to join. I haven't heard from him, but he's not here on the Zoom.
Gandhi told me that he's not going to be able to make it today.
Okay.
So basically what we can do for the next 30 minutes is open it up for devotees either here or online who, if anyone wants to share something, an offering that they wrote, or if they want to read an offering from the Vyasa Puja book, we can kind of go a little free form for the next 30 minutes. Okay, and then
I think, well, first, from respectful obeisances under the boundaries for ISKCON, Swami Prabhupada, by whose sacrifice we've been given the greatest life one could ever imagine and hope for. And I don't know if I'll ever actually fully recognize the great debt that I owe him. So thank you. And just, it was more of just kind of an inspiration that I'm wanting to share something because I hope to someday make a dent in that debt. But I know that's a foolish aspiration because it's not going to happen. I remember one of the most profound Vyasa Pujas that I was ever attending was in Vrindavan at Govardhan. And actually, sorry, it wasn't Vyasa Puja, it was Tirabhav. It was a Tirabhav celebration. But it was so profound because, so my Guru Maharaj, His Grace Vaisheshika Guru, was kind of organizing the whole festival. And it was very spontaneous. And he was just calling people out of the crowd to speak. And the first like 5 speakers were all newer devotees, either uninitiated or just initiated, but like younger devotees. And then Prabhupada disciples. Then he also had Prabhupada disciples speak, and it was just a dynamic collection of devotees that spoke. But what I was so impressed by was, and continue to be impressed by, just the broad spectrum at which Srila Prabhupada speaks to the living entities of this material world. That living entities, no matter where they're at or what they're going through, from like hardcore punk rockers to like sophisticated scholars to like strung out hippies to thoughtful seekers. Just the to criminals, to politicians, just the spectrum at which Prabhupada is able to connect to the living entity
It's very profound. And so I guess just thinking about this, his ability to connect, and I was also very much inspired by what Prabhupada, who was also speaking about this idea that Prabhupada cared for the whole person, and that Srila Prabhupada embodies personalism. And you know, hearing his pranam mantra, which he wrote himself, his disciples wanted to have it as a pranam mantra for Srila Prabhupada, but none of them were, you know, so proficient in Sanskrit. So Prabhupada wrote it himself, which is uniquely special because now not only is it coming from Srila Prabhupada, but it's a special insight as what his mission is. Right? And that was Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtatyadeshatani. That Srila Prabhupada was coming to the West because the main disease of the Western world is I would argue it's not materialism. I would say materialism is the concomitant factor. But the main disease is impersonalism. It's objectification of God's energy, of God. It's objectification of the Supreme Absolute Person, and thus materialism becomes a concomitant factor, or the result. I see Krishna as just an energy or as a thing that I can use and exploit for my own sense gratification. And that also means that I see the people around me as objects or things that I can use and exploit for my sense gratification. So this is the main disease, and Srila Prabhupada was consciously endeavoring to rid the world, specifically the Western worlds, of this fallacy, of this illness. And he did that primarily by, as Rangaru was speaking, embodying the cure, embodying the whole person that he was. And I had a practice and I kind of fell out of it. I want to get back into it. Because I started reading Mahabharata, but in the morning I was reading a letter from Srila Prabhupada every day, 1 or 2 letters because they're really short. And you know, it was just so nice. I mean, some of it was kind of out of context. It's just like, you know, you're kind of getting the, I was kind of getting the peripherals of the situation because of, you know, how Prabhupada's answering, responding to a devotee, and kind of like what the situation is going on. But you just see how in every letter, Prabhupada is, you know, very practically and tactfully managing all of the different things that go along with organizing people into a movement for this purpose of bringing a personalism to the world. And just the wholeness of his approach. Some students came the other day, and I was thinking, they took 3 books. They took Bhagavad Gita, Hiding in Unnatural Happiness, and Beyond Illusion of Doubt. I haven't read Beyond Illusion of Doubt fully, but I know it's Prabhupada's morning walks with his disciples, and they're posing as different philosophers. And so they're kind of asking a little bit about what is this book going to be about, what's it kind of like. And I was reflecting that, you know, like you listen to Prabhupada's morning walk, and his logic is so sharp, so keen, so flawless, and also Prabhupada's super cheeky, and very, you know, very like challenging, and his faith is so simple and so strong, right? So seeing this wholeness of Srila Prabhupada, that he would not only, as Mother Parmeshwari was sharing, not only did he have this kind of oceanic knowledge of Shastra, right? But the oceanic faith that went along with that, and his ability to wield it, and also just his ability of and his simplicity. And this is what Scripture says: I accept it. And so in his letters, I would see that. I would see like his, you know, the tactfulness of his advice, or the tactfulness of his instruction, and also the simplicity of his faith, and the simplicity of his instruction, and just on practically every level, this dynamic embodiment of personhood, you know. hearing about how Srila Prabhupada would had concern for family and but you know the devotees, like his extended family, you know, he would say that you know, I gave up my family and then Krishna gave me such a bigger family. Prabhupada had so many sons and daughters, and just the care and attention that he would and that he is still giving. So I just wanted to thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for keeping me around and tolerating my inadequacies and my hesitations to fully give myself to your movement and to your devotees. And I pray that you can empower me to do that more and more. And that I can get out of the way of giving what I've been given from you and your disciples. That is the sweetness of a relationship with the Supreme Personality of God. And I pray that I can get out of the way and support devotees in that, like you were supporting all of us. Thank you for considering my request. Srila Prabhupada ki. I'd like to request that Paul Gopal Prabhu would like to speak something for a little bit of time. He can't make it today.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Charini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Shatarine. This morning I was reading Sri Vyasa Puja address in New Vrindavan that Srila Prabhupada gave in September 2nd, 1972. And anyway, I thought it'd be nice to hear some of Srila Prabhupada's words on his own birthday. He says, so this Vyasa Puja means one day in a year on the birthday of the spiritual master because he is representative of Vyasa. He is delivering the same knowledge which has come down by disciplic succession without any change. He has offered the respect. This is called Vyasa Puja. And the spiritual master receives all honor, all contribution on behalf of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not for his person. Just like in our country, when there was British rule, there was a viceroy, king's representative. So naturally, when viceroy used to go to some meeting, many people used to present valuable jewels. Valuable because just to honor him. But the law was that not a single of the jewels or contribution the viceroy could touch. It was going to the royal treasury. The viceroy could accept on behalf of the king all contribution, but it goes to the king. Similarly, this day, Vyasa Puja Day, whatever honor, contribution, and feelings is being offered to the spiritual master, it is, again, as we have received the knowledge from upwards. Similarly, this respect also goes from downward to the upward. This is the process. So as the spiritual master is teacher of the student, he has to teach the disciple how to send back his respect and contribution to God. This is called Vyasa Puja. So spiritual master is respected as good as God, Why? Shakshadharitvena samasta shastre. They have already chanted the song, samasta shastra, in all Vedic literature. Samasta, all. Samasta means all. Shastra means Vedic literature. All the Shastras in Vedic literature, they have declared that spiritual master is as good as God. Not God, but as good as God. The Mayavadi, they think that the spiritual master is also God. No, we Vaishnava, we don't accept that theory. But actually, how a man can become God? No, but because he is God's representative, he is honored as God. Not that he has become God. Kintu prabhurya priya eva tasya. Just like you have got a dear son. If somebody pats your son, even pats your dog, you become pleased. So the spiritual master is a very confidential servant, dog of God. That's what Srila Prabhupada said in his intense humility. Therefore, if you can please him, yasya prasada, bhagavat prasada, if you can please the spiritual master, then God is pleased. Just like your small child. Somebody pleases that child, you become automatically pleased. You can please that child with a 2-cent worth lozenges. But to please you, it may require thousands of dollars. So you can finish the business by offering the lozenges. So this is the position of spiritual master. Don't misunderstand that this person is sitting very comfortably and taking all honors and contribution. It is needed just to teach them how to respect the representative of God. This is the sum and substance of Vyasa Puja. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Prabhupada's saying to please a great man may take $1,000, but if you give that great man the son just a single lozenge, the child is pleased, and then the great man becomes also pleased.
Ananda is appreciating in the talk that was just read that Srila Prabhupada said to please a great man, you might need thousands of dollars. But if you want to please his son, then it just takes 2 cents lozenge. And by pleasing the son, then you can easily please that great personality.
That's like the way is like, what capacity do I have to please this great man? What capacity do I have to please Krishna? All I have is a little lozenge. Broke joke.
Yeah, so it gives us some hope if we want to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that we get the fortune to associate with one of his dear associates. Is anybody else wanting to share something? Okay, would you like to do that, Vrinda?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I spoke with Maharaj and he can't. Okay.
How do I mute it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Badrinaran Maharaj's offering. He couldn't make it today, but he asked if we would like to read the offering. Dear Srila Prabhupada,
Just 10 seconds, sorry. We're having technical difficulties.
Go? Okay. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine, Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastyatya Desha Tarine. You told the story of a man who was blind, poverty-stricken and childless. He was given one wish. What to wish for? He had 3 problems and only one remedy, and he was restricted from wishing for unlimited wishes. You said, he wished to see his children from the roof of his palace. Thus he was granted sight, wealth, and children all in one stroke. As a conditioned soul, I was roaming this world with unlimited desires. I had so many plans and dreams, but none of them delivered the promised results. None of them delivered lasting happiness, peace, or satisfaction. None of them did any real good for the world. As you said in a lecture, not only do we, the conditioned souls, not know the right answers, we don't even know the right questions. In answer to my searching, you have given me the goal, Krishna, along with the ways and means to reach him, pure devotional service. Gajendra prays, I know that persons who are pure devotees and have, by serving the lotus feet of great souls, become freed from all material desires, are always merged in the ocean of transcendental bliss, and as such, are always satisfied simply by glorifying your auspicious characteristics. From them, there is nothing else to aspire to or pray for. That's Srimad Bhagavatam 8, 3-20. The wives of Kaliya pray, Dear Lord, the dust of your lotus feet is very wonderful. Any person who is fortunate enough to achieve this dust does not care for heavenly planets, lordship over all the planetary systems, the mystic perfections of yoga, or even liberation from material existence. In other words, anyone who adores the dust of your lotus feet does not care a fig for all other perfectional stages. When you were incorporating your fledgling ISKCON, some suggested that instead of naming it the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, you should use a more universally understood term, the International Society for God Consciousness. But you rejected this suggestion, saying that it was precisely your mission to teach people that Krishna was, in fact, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the cause of all causes, and the absolute truth. Quote, the absolute truth is realized in 3 phases of understanding by the knower of the absolute truth, and all of them are identical. Such phases of the absolute truth are expressed as Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Unquote. I can never repay you for giving me the vision and understanding that Krishna is present in every atom, in everyone's heart, and simultaneously he has his own form, place, and pastimes. Quote, those who understand the inconceivable, impersonal, absolute will find that pure transcendence in their hearts. That is not, however, what is in our hearts. In our hearts resides the charming lotus-faced, lotus-eyed person who wears golden garments and whose complexion is the color of a dark rain cloud, unquote, from Rupa Goswami's Pajavali text 77. Let me stay forever under the shelter of your lotus feet and always engaged in Krishna's sublime service. Badrinarayan Swami.
Sorry. Yeah.
Prabhu, your video is off. There you go. It's back on.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, they can. Okay, I see Panchali is on the call, and I'm wondering if you are with your mother or father. Oh, and Shrikanta is here already. Okay. So we have scheduled at 10 o'clock Kula Priya Devi, and I'm wondering maybe Panchali, you're there with her.
Yes, I am. I'm just having trouble getting the video up. It's saying that cannot start video, and I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Well, we can hear you, but maybe Vrinda has some advice how to get the video going. Any thoughts, Vrinda?
From my side, I'm not sure, but I'll just, maybe they just need a few minutes to look at it and figure it out.
Did they try starting the video and seeing that button on the bottom left?
What is it?
There's a button right to the right of the TV button that's start video. Did they try pressing that?
Vrinda, Panchali, there should be a button at the bottom left of your screen. With the camera, and you can try and click that. Vrinda could also invite that. She can invite them to the start of the video. And also, Vrinda Chandra, you can invite them to start sharing their video.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, we see you.
Srikanta may need to go ahead of me because he has a work meeting.
What's that?
Srikanta may need to read his offering first because he has a work meeting he has to attend.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I see him up here, but I don't know where he is.
Srikanta Prabhu, would you like to, can you hear us, and would you like to share your offering? This is really difficult.
Go find out where he is. Sorry for the delay. Here he goes. There he is.
Okay.
Here I am.
Hi, Bo. Hi, Krishna.
So we have a temple full of devotees here who are hearing you, but we don't have the best technology working. It's kind of giving us some clues. Just know that we're hearing you, and some devotees have been asking for questions afterwards if your offering doesn't go full 15 minutes, or however you'd like to progress to glorify Shiva.
Well, over the next, Haribol, everyone, Hare Krishna. Over the next, and thank you. Over the next few minutes, we have, I guess, Srikanta and Kulapriya, and then I have a hard break at 10:30. So perhaps I'll go first, but I won't go over my 15 minutes of time.
Oh.
Is that all right? I should begin?
Yes, please go ahead.
I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at His lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Saraswati Goswami. You are so very kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva, still and always for the next 10,000 years. That will be true. And delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. My name is Srikanta Das. If I'm talking to Denver devotees, I think you know me. I don't know who else is joining. First, let me also offer my respects to all the devotees there at Denver Temple, all the devotees who may be listening, all the spirit souls everywhere who have taken guidance from His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada. He is truly a savior of the world, and today's savior of the world, which I'll talk about more in a few minutes. Somehow or another, by the grace of the Lord and the will of the pure devotees, I I was able to be picked up out of the mire of material existence in 1971. And essentially forced to come to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. It certainly, as everyone understands, is the most important and most significant part of not just this life, but countless lifetimes, perhaps millennia. I was just looking this morning, there's the online Vyasa Puja book that is put together by Prabhupada's disciples. I believe it's under the editing direction of Jayadvaita Maharaj. And it's like 750 pages of offerings by Prabhupada's disciples. And this is just a tiny portion. That book could be, 30 times longer if we were able to make contact with everyone. But one thing that anybody who studies the history of ISKCON can see is the miracle that was ISKCON, that is ISKCON today, and will remain so for a very, very long time in the future. And this is what I especially want to speak about today for Srila Prabhupada. I will read just a little bit first of what I wrote from my Vyasa Puja offering this year. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my obeisances at your lotus feet, offered today with whatever limited humility I can muster. In truth, it's so very difficult to write this. Because I just cry in appreciation for all you have given, and in the sadness of missing your presence, and in lamentation for my own inexcusable failures. Srila Prabhupada, you are the manifestation of Krishna's mercy in this world. In this age of Kali, what hope would there be for us? Even though the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself, manifest wonderful pastimes on this very planet only 5,000 years ago. And then Lord Chaitanya, the Lord himself, delivered the simple process of chanting the holy names, but the contamination of this age again brought forgetfulness. And then you came to the Western countries, filled with impersonalism and voidism. And out of your perfect devotion to your spiritual master, you crossed the ocean on a seemingly impossible mission to bring Krishna to what you referred to as this terrible place, as you wrote on the ship as you were crossing the ocean. And then said, most of the population here is covered by the material modes of ignorance and passion, absorbed in material life. They think of themselves very happy and satisfied, and therefore they have no taste for the transcendental message of Vasudeva. Nevertheless, you had complete faith in the Lord and complete confidence in the plan of your spiritual master. And that's when you wrote, but I know your causeless mercy can make everything possible because you are the most expert mystic. All living entities have come under the control of the illusory energy by your will. And therefore, if you like, by your will, they can also be released from the clutches of illusion. Your pure desire, Srila Prabhupada, made our good fortune. I thank you millions of times from the core of my heart. You taught us 9 processes of devotional service for our purification, following which all or even one will be saved from the worst kind of degradation. But you hoped for even more from us. By your example, you showed us, and by your words, you implored us to try to give to others what you have given to us. My only prayer, therefore, Srila Prabhupada, is that my desire to bring you to the world will be more fully manifest in this life. in my heart of hearts, I wish to dance as you like. I want to, I'm sorry, my stupid office telephone is ringing. It will stop shortly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hey. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hey. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Kshanam, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Pahimam. Thinking about Srila Prabhupada in recent days and months, actually, I'm coming to these thoughts. When we came to Srila Prabhupada, we knew and understood his greatness for the most part. We understood that here is a person who's sent directly from Krishna, who has no desire other than for the welfare of the world, who seeks not to profit in any way in terms of wealth or glory, and is simply trying to bring the message of Lord Chaitanya to the world and to thus save us. But it actually took a long time for me, I think, to understand truly the amazing nature and mission of His divine grace. And I was reading something recently. It was written by my godbrother Rupanuga Prabhu many years ago. And I'm going to read some of this and comment on it. It says that even though Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam are spoken and recorded in 3000 BC, it wasn't until 5,000 years later that these original Shastras contained in the Yoga Dharma were released from India by His divine grace. Bhaktivinoda Thakur had previously inaugurated the Hare Krishna movement, the emblem of that Yoga Dharma, when he sent his book, Chaitanya's Life and Precepts, to McGill University in Canada. So this has been the mission of this parampara for quite some time, is to bring Krishna consciousness to the Western world and ultimately throughout the world. And so many of those books have been found. And then back to Rupanuga, from 1914, the son of Bhaktivinoda, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, meditated on how to execute his father's order to go forward and fulfill his premonition that people from all over the world would chant and dance at Mayapur. And we know that prediction. To this end, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta established 64 mutts, large and small, mostly in Bengal, with the intention of training up Indians to preach in the West. So from the very first meeting of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta with Abhay Charan De, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta admonished the young men present to prepare themselves for preaching in English to the West. That was the mission of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. The mutts that he instituted in India had a primary purpose to attract souls, devotees, who could help fulfill Lord Chaitanya's desire of every town and bringing the chanting of Hare Krishna to every town and village. But it was Abhay Charan who would become A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. It was you, Srila Prabhupada, and go not only to the English-speaking countries, but to people on every continent. Who could have known that this would happen? In 1896, when Srila Prabhupada appeared, there were 3 giant Vaishnavas already present at the same time: Srila Gaurkishore Das Babaji, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. By that time, Abhay Charan De was approaching his 20th year These four great personalities being present on earth simultaneously clearly foretold a spiritual critical mass approaching in Lord Chaitanya's worldwide movement. That critical mass was reached in 1966 when you, Srila Prabhupada, then Swamiji, opened the door of his little rented storefront. At that moment, the transcendental plane, like a bolt of lightning, intersected the mundane plane, igniting a chain reaction that continues around the world, burning to ashes the most cherished illusions of conditioned souls. So I think what my understanding has become strengthening with constantly is that you, Srila Prabhupada, while there are so many spiritual masters who come, and we have many, many wonderful devotees today preaching and taking disciples in this world, but your appearance is extraordinary in the history of this world. You yourself, Srila Prabhupada, are manifesting in a most magnificent way beyond all expectations and beyond everything that we might deserve of this world, the desire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That in this terrible fallen age, that everyone in every town and village have the opportunity at least to hear the sound of the Maha Mantra, have their consciousness become purified, and be picked up and offered an opportunity to again return to their relationship with the Supreme, most merciful Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna. The potency that Srila Prabhupada has demonstrated with the myriad of number of disciples that have come, the temples that have been built, the preaching that's gone to every corner of the world. This is on the highest level. Srila Prabhupada, you are the world Acharya, and your books will be our guide for the next 100,000 years of this age. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for saving us and for saving the world. And I offer my renewed dedication to your service, Srila Prabhupada. I don't know if anyone would have any question right now. I don't want to cut too much into Kolapriya's time.
Vinod Prabhu, you just need to unmute yourself. Unfortunately, I can't unmute.
It's not, but if you just press space, it goes unmuted. And so then when you let go of the space bar, it goes mute again. Okay, just for
Vinod Prabhu, okay, there you go. Thanks.
Prabhu, can you hear me?
We're hearing you.
So obeisances, Shrikanta Prabhu.
Haribol, obeisances to you, Prabhu.
Glories to Srila Prabhupada. I was just wondering if you would like to say a little something about how your association with Jayananda Prabhu has helped you throughout your life, devotional life, to just really be so much fixed on Srila Prabhupada, his life and soul.
In reference to Jayananda Prabhu?
Yes. In other words, what you learned from him and your association.
What a wonderful topic. Jayananda Thakur, Ki Jai. When I came to Krishna consciousness, I was coming from a platform of, not only gross materialism, but tremendous false pride and my own qualities, qualifications, my intelligence, my discernment. And so when I came, it was my instinct naturally to find fault with everything that I saw or heard from amongst the devotees or in my environment, not with Krishna, not with Prabhupada, but these things would have killed my devotional creeper. But there was one devotee living with us in San Francisco, Sriman Jayananda Prabhu, who for us was a bit elderly at the time. And he, if he would remind me of anyone, reminded me of Prahlad Maharaj in terms of his humility. And what I saw in Jayananda was that the process, he was proof for me that the process of Krishna consciousness works for us, that it's not simply that one must be an elderly Vaishnav, born in a Vaishnav family from India to take up this Krishna consciousness, but that we Westerners coming from the background that we had, and Jayananda's and mine were somewhat similar in a way, could, by working the process, purify ourselves and develop love for Krishna and attraction for Krishna, and the ability to renounce the things of this world. So Jayananda's example was of one who was sold out to Srila Prabhupada, cent per cent. He inspired every one of us. And his love for Prabhupada was infectious. His faith in Srila Prabhupada was infectious. And it manifests as his faith in the holy name, and the faith in the process, and the faith in Krishna Prasadam, to the point where I have no idea how many devotees that Jayananda made by his association, but in addition to that, how many of us that were retained in Krishna consciousness by his example, that if one simply has complete and utter faith in Srila Prabhupada and his teachings and follows the basics of the process that he has given us, that we will be given all protection, will be given the most wonderful activities that we could have in this world, in this life. We'll be happy every day, and we will feel ourselves consciously moving closer and closer to Krishna as our long-lost relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes reawakened. By seeing that in him, then we knew it was possible for us. And by serving with him and serving him, we gained that taste. And that's the message that has to go out to everyone that we preach to, is that this is not only not an artificial imposition of the mind, but this isn't something that you have faith in until death. This is something that within a very short time, you will have the higher taste, and you will never want to stray from Krishna's lotus feet. Jai Jayananda, Jai Srila Prabhupada. I should defer to the next speakers.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
So, Kula Priya Mataji, Prabhu. We need you to
Am I here? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to the devotees. If I were there, I would ask for a raise of hands on how many people have the database installed on their computers. But that's okay. I can't see it, but I would like to encourage, in glorification of Srila Prabhupada, I would like to encourage as many devotees as possible to get the database and install it on your computers. It's a wonderful research tool. It's, of course, we have the books, and they're the primary, our primary connection to the philosophy. But the database is full of nectar. And I wanted to also just say that the archives isn't just a place where things are locked up and kept safe. The archives has a vision. Ultimately, it's to preserve, to organize, and then ultimately to redistribute all the nectar that's available. I won't see it in my lifetime. Hopefully you will. Dream of the Archives is what we're calling the Vani Samadhi, which ultimately will be a full digital reproduction of everything that we have that can be redistributed to, if not all the temples, at least to major temples in major cities. But again, this is a project that may be a generation away because of the lack of funding and the lack of manpower that's always been a part of the archives. It's a skeleton crew working with a vast amount of material. And I'm not even part of that crew anymore. I mean, I might go once a year now to help and do some service, but I couldn't maintain my service there because I couldn't be away from my daughters. I only have a couple people in the world that I'm close to, and they're them. So I needed to come back to Colorado, but I do try to make a trip out there once or so every year and do a little more service. But anyway, I just wanted to say that if people aren't familiar with the Archives project, you might want to look into it. But again, the database has close to all of Srila Prabhupada's letters, book reviews, which I'm going to read one of as my main offering. I wanted to read this Nectar, a book review that was written back in 1976 that's just absolutely beautiful. There's, books by God Brothers written, but anyway, it's a wonderful resource, and it is a living, dynamic thing. It's not something that's been done, and that's just now sitting there, all locked up. It continues to be a service that's going on. Since yesterday was Janmashtami, there's one project. I'm not sure how solid of a project it is, or if it's just a thought, or if it's actually in motion. I think it's a book that they want to do, a book about the process of the BBT, and especially the BBT artists. We just lost one of our main BBT artists, Ramdas, Abhi Ramdas Prabhu. But when Srila Prabhupada was here, and again, we have many wonderful artists, but I think some of the artwork that was done when Srila Prabhupada was here will always be very special, because it was done under the direction of Srila Prabhupada. Jadharani tells a story, Srikanta was telling me the other day, that one of the first paintings she did, she said practically every brush stroke was overseen and directed by Srila Prabhupada. So there's a special potency there in this artwork. They are windows to the spiritual world, because Srila Prabhupada could see, well, we feel he was both simultaneously here in this world, but that he was also existing in the spiritual world simultaneously. So that's the transparent via media. But I won't read the whole letter, but this is April 23rd, 1977, a letter. It was actually written by Tamal Krishna Maharaj under Srila Prabhupada's direction, as most of the letters in 1977 were, because Srila Prabhupada was so sick. He was no longer answering correspondence, but Tamal Krishna Maharaj's service was meticulous and painstaking, and he gave word for word instructions from Srila Prabhupada. There's a question here, again, because of it being Janmashtami last evening. Regarding Vasudev, the question is, regarding Vasudev carrying baby Krishna across the Yamuna, A, did Vasudev look disheveled since he was escaping from prison? And Srila Prabhupada said, no, not disheveled. He looked very nice. sorry. And here's another question. Should the painting of Vishnu standing before Devaki and Vasudev in Krishna book or Srimad Bhagavatam be repainted? Oh, I'm sorry. Here it says, I read the wrong question. But anyway, he said they should be shown in a palatial room locked in a prison cell. So the Krishna book painting is best. If you like, you can repaint it. Anyway, this is hopefully another project that can be done down the road. I think there's plans for it to make some book about the instructions of Srila Prabhupada regarding the BBT paintings. So what I'd like to read is, this is a book review. And again, maybe some of you have heard it, but if you don't have access to the Vedabase and all these book reviews are on the Vedabase, it might be just a nice piece of nectar. This is dated the 9th of April, 1976. It's written by a scholar, an Indian scholar, Srila Vishwanath Shukla, PhD. He was at the University of Aligarh in India. To all Archakas, Pandits, Sanskrit scholars, professors, and Dharmacharyas, I consider as one of my greatest spiritual thrills that I had through a physical darshan look of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada on the 30th of March, 1976 for the first time. I had the rare privilege to see with my own eyes the very embodiment of Krishna consciousness, the be-all and end-all of all beings. Sri Swami Prabhupada has established the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which is spread in the 108 cities around the world. All the members of ISKCON are pure Brahmins and Vaishnavas, initiated in the most austere sadhana recommended by the greatest Goswamis of Vrindavan, Sri Rupa Goswami, the author of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and Sri Sanatan Goswami, the author of Hari Bhakti Vilas and many other works. I had earlier known Srila Prabhupada through his enormous works on Krishna Bhakti, the nucleus of all Indian Vedic spiritual literature. To name a few of them, the Bhagavad Gita as it is, the Nectar of Devotion, Krishna 3 volumes, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and the commentary on Sri Isopanishad will suffice. It is noteworthy to mention that the Isopanishad Bhashya is the greatest contribution of Srila Prabhupada, as it completely refutes the Mayavad arguments of Sankaracharya. This book is a treasure to be possessed by every Western scholar. Words fail me to describe the height of scholarship and devotion manifested in the volumes mentioned above. Our future generations and the posterity will definitely find a better world to live in through the efforts of Srila Prabhupada, as he stands for the feelings of international brotherhood and spiritual integration of all mankind, which is the backbone of the Vedic Sanatan Dharma of India. The literary world outside India, particularly the Westerners, should be highly indebted to him, who has so scientifically acquainted them with what is best in Krishna conscious India. I may be permitted to recommend to all scholars, professors, and other dharmacharyas the great importance and contribution of the books of Sri Swami Prabhupada. Yours in the service of Krishna, with best wishes, Sri Vishwanath Shukla, PhD. And there's many, many more. It's just so much nectar reading the book reviews that were written so many years ago.
Yeah, I can speak for myself. That was extremely inspiring. And so I just have two quick questions. One is, so that was just a review of all of Srila Prabhupada's books by this devotee?
In general, yes. In particular, the ones he mentions in the letter. You know, I can read them again, but you know, in general, the ones he mentioned in the letter.
And I have one other question is, for the Bhaktivedanta archives, maybe you can send like the best link that we can share with devotees, because I know for myself, I've been a little confused sometimes where to get it and what's the most updated version and whatnot. So if you could do that, I think I'd appreciate it, and some others also.
All right, Prabhu, I'll do that. I'll get it from Ekanath and see what's the, usually the database, they usually distribute it on a, what's a flash drive. And I think there is an online thing, which I haven't used much myself, but I'll find out that information and forward it to you. And I don't know how the brahmacharis do it. Maybe there would be some way to get a flash drive donated, or maybe I can get one and pass it on to the Denver devotees so that you have access to it.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
We're just discussing all the details now. So now we're going to have, just so you know, we're going to have Krishna Sharana Prabhu followed by Mother Nidra speaking. So you're welcome to please stay on and join us however long you can.
Thank you. We will. Thank you.
And thank you to all the other devotees who are on the call. I'm seeing you all, so appreciating your presence. Hare Krishna. Yes.
Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on the 124th anniversary of your appearance. I remember, Saturday, August 1st, I got a link from Google Links to a website. It comes in my email. It was about George Harrison and the song, Here Comes the Sun. It just mentioned that he was influenced by Krishna consciousness when he wrote that song. But then later that morning, this comes from the Srila Prabhupada Leela app. I think that's done by Kolaju Prabhu. There was a remembrance by Nanda Kumar Prabhu about George Harrison coming to see Srila Prabhupada in England. Actually, he wasn't really coming to see Srila Prabhupada at that time, but he was coming to meet Shamsundar Prabhu. And Shamsundar wasn't there, so Nanda Kumar asked George Harrison if you'd like to see Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada is here. And so he said, yes, of course. So Nanda Kumar went to see Srila Prabhupada and told him George is here. And Srila Prabhupada said, yeah, of course, let him come in. So that particular, I have a little extract from that particular discussion. Prabhupada said, oh, send him in. I told George, Prabhupada wants to see you. George said, I get so nervous when I go to see Prabhupada. Actually, I just got my hair cut to see him. No, George has long hair. He had long hair and a beard, and he got it cut short. He went in and closed the door. I stayed outside for a couple of seconds, but was too curious. I opened the door, and George was offering his dandavats. He was flat on the floor, saying the prayers in Sanskrit, Srila Prabhupada's pranams. I offered my obeisances. George sat by the door, and Prabhupada and Prabhupada's desk was on the other side of the room. Prabhupada said, come closer, come closer. George humbly inched his way forward. Prabhupada said, no, no, not there, here. and patted the other side of his desk. George came to his desk, and as soon as he was within reach, Prabhupada grabbed him, pulled him in, and hugged him. Prabhupada put George's head on his chest and messed up his hair. Prabhupada said, it's good to see you. How is your wife, Patty? That Patty Boyd was George's first wife. Yeah. George said, very good, Prabhupada. They spoke, and George said, Prabhupada, I've been wondering if I should join the temple, shave my head, and take up full-time practice. Prabhupada said, no, no. You have a great gift. You have a place in the world where you can spread Krishna consciousness in a big way. Stay where you are and adapt Krishna consciousness into your music. I will teach you some of the songs. The next day, George came with Ravi Shankar. For a week, George came every day, and Ravi Shankar came two or three times. Prabhupada went through Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's songbook and gave George some of the essences to use in his music. It was a loving exchange and a beautiful thing to see. Now, this incident is so, it's strange externally in many different ways. You would think, especially in those days in ISKCON, if you're living outside the temple, you consider to be in Maya. But here, Prabhupada is telling George, you stay where you are and you keep on what you do. And just using music to spread Krishna consciousness. So you can see Prabhupada was not some stereotype, a child. He didn't have a stereotype, formulaic understanding of Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness meant to spread the glories of Lord Chaitanya all over the world, to spread the glories of the holy name, chanting of the holy name all over the world. And Srila Prabhupada is especially empowered to do so. Krishna Shakti Vinanahe Tarapavatana. So we see here, Srila Prabhupada is not considering, the first and foremost thing, this person has to come and shave up and live in the temple, enter the ashram, He was concerned this person has a great gift and he can use this gift to spread Krishna consciousness, the chanting of the holy name all over the world. So this was the important factor to be considered, not some stereotype understanding of what a devotee should be or what he has to do. But this is the most important understanding. So he actually encouraged George to use that talent. Just like we see in Bhagavad Gita in the 8th chapter, Krishna is encouraging Arjuna to use his ability to fight and to defeat his enemies but he should do so while remembering Krishna. So Srila Prabhupada is encouraging George Harrison to actually use his fame, his musical proficiency, his talent to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. So, and when I thought about that stereotype, I looked up stereotype in the Veda base, and actually Prabhupada uses that word quite a few dozen times. that the acharya is not stereotyped. To think of the acharya, he doesn't conform to some stereotype. You know? This one is from Chaitanya Charitamrita. We know there are different mentions about how the society's needs in West and how boys and girls mix together. That is one. But this one is from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adilila 733, purport. Here's an important point. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to invent a way to capture the Mayavadis and others who did not take interest in Krishna consciousness, in the Krishna consciousness movement. This is the symptom of an acharya. An acharya who comes for the service of the Lord cannot be expected to conform to a stereotype, for he must find the ways and means by which Krishna consciousness may be spread. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adilila, chapter 7, text 33, purport. So Srila Prabhupada actually, you could see his thinking was really on a different level. That he was thinking of, in his engaging George Harrison, he was thinking of how he could spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And we see that by George Harrison's music, many devotees attest to this. I think even Ganapati Maharaj said also that he was very influenced by George Harrison's music. That helped him to take the Krishna consciousness. So, yeah, Srila Prabhupada, he was actually thinking how to spread Krishna consciousness in different, and engage devotees in different ways, how to spread Krishna consciousness around the world. As Mother Kulapiri was saying, Prabhupada used, the art, devotees' talents for painting to spread Krishna consciousness. So you engage devotees and you engage George Harrison, his musical ability to spread Krishna consciousness. And one may also think that, like Shabada explained in one song, purport to one song, there are devotees who are Nitya Siddhas, they descend into this material world, they are eternally perfect, and some devotees achieve sadhana, perfections by practicing sadhana, and some devotees, they get special mercy from the spiritual master, Kripa Siddhi. So usually you find a combination of both, because Srila Prabhupada explained in that purport, I forgot the name of the song, maybe one of you may remember, but that sometimes, although following the rules and regulations of devotional service may sometimes be a little difficult, but because they try to please the spiritual master in some way, they get creeper, and that actually helps them to follow the rules and regulations better. The most, gives them strength to follow the rules and regulations. Well, in this instance, you see that it appears that Srila Prabhupada is giving a lot of creeper to George Harrison, because by doing exactly what Srila Prabhupada wanted, then even though George would sometimes admit that his shortcomings, but you see that he got a lot of creeper, that even to the point of his death, Shamsuna and was it Mukunda Maharaj, they came to him and he actually helped him to give up his body in a state of Krishna consciousness. So I'll read one more quote. This is from a Srimad Bhagavatam class in Auckland, February 20th, 1973. Therefore, the Acharya knows how to adjust things, at the same time keep pace with the spiritual interests. There's a question mark there. They're not sure about it, if that is actually is what the tape wasn't so clear at that point. That is a child. It is not the same thing is to be applied everywhere. He's eager to engage actually the people in the real benefit of life, but the means may be different. Just like my Guru Maharaj, he's the first time that he allowed the sannyasis to drive in motor car. A sannyasi never drives in a motor car, you see, but not for sense gratification. This is adjustment. The acharya knows how to adjust things. The real purpose is how one will take to spiritual consciousness or Krishna consciousness. Keeping one's aim to that point, some concession may be given. As far as possible, keeping pace with the time and circumstances. So, to spread Krishna consciousness, one has to keep, the point is being made in one, Srila Prabhupada is saying one has to keep, adjust according to time, place, and circumstances. It's funny that when I first became a new Bhakta, Chitskanand and Madhushanti Bali had just come to Trinidad, and we would go out in Hainam regularly. So we were doing Hainam in downtown Port of Spain in Trinidad. As we were doing Hainam on the street, there were some Baptists also chanting on the street. Yeah, they were ringing the bells and chanting hymns to Jesus, glorifying Jesus. Okay, so they saw us chanting and they became attracted. And lo and behold, they invited us to the church in southern Trinidad. They're not Southern Baptists, but they invited us to the church in southern Trinidad. So we took up their offer, and I think Church Sugananda was still there at that time. He made a big pot of halwa. That time, all our halwa was cooked in ghee. We used to get ghee from New Zealand. I think that's the same place that Srila Prabhupada would send ghee to India from, right? So he used to get these big 5-pound cans of ghee. The government used to import it. So anyway, he had this big, huge, hot, steaming pot of halwa, and he went to the church. So they were chanting hymns to Jesus, and of course we participated in glorifying Jesus Christ, a pure devotee of Krishna. And we were playing Madanga also, and devotees were dancing. So this was very surprising to these Baptists, like what's this? They didn't expect that from the devotees. We were chanting, dancing with them, but we were glorifying Jesus Christ along with them. And then, when they were finished, we started to chant Hare Krishna, and we encouraged them to chant. So they chanted and danced with us also. And it was very nice, everyone was happy at that point. And then we distributed nice halwa to them. So the point is, Papa never he was never stereotyped, he was never sectarian. He encouraged his disciples to see like that all living entities are part and parcel of Krishna. Although they may follow a different representative of God or have a different name of God, they are all part and parcel of Krishna. Aham Bija Padapita. Krishna is the eternal spiritual Father of all living beings. Yeah, okay. And just like he said in Tera and Ayan, when he asked, what is that call? What is that prayer or call from the Mass? Where they were calling everyone to pray within the Mass. And so Srila Prabhupada said, very nice. But one devotee was asking, shouldn't they be calling, would it be better if they were calling to chant, to everyone to chant Hare Krishna? And Srila Prabhupada said, so why are you asking me to be sectarian? So Krishna consciousness is actually all inclusive. It is meant for every single living being. And this is what is meant when you say Krishna consciousness. It is not stereotype, it is not sectarian, it is meant for every living being. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us a proper understanding of what spiritual life is, and to see ourselves as eternal spiritual living beings, irrespective of any caste or creed or race or nationality or any particular religion. Hare Krishna. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada.
What is the significance of mentioning here comes the sun?
So, some people say it's a song of Prabhupada, and other people have said that it's a song about Krishna. Yeah.
And also another song, something. Something in the way she moves.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think body stays.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have to move on to the speakers.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
All right. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhupada.
Well, hopefully everything is working. Okay. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to you and your beloved Vyasa Puja. Thank you for visiting Denver during the summer of 1975, and thank you for always being with us before and after that visit. You taught us that you are always present if we desire to be conscious of your merciful presence. As you once explained, if you love me, I will love you. Of course, you always love everyone at every moment, but if we actually want to have a pure relationship with you, we must desire to serve you with love. As you taught, this is devotional service where we willingly choose to act with devotion. We have that choice at every moment. You are available as Jagat Guru for all, but not all have the desire to have a relationship with you. So it is your blessings upon us that we have your books to establish and deepen this invaluable relationship. You created our good fortune. Some of us had no qualifications, but you made our qualifications. Association with the pure devotee is necessary for us to have the opportunity to have this relationship. This is so valuable because you share the holy names, Shastra, and your ISKCON society. Finally, by all of the mercy, we now have a glimpse into how to see this world, how to relate to all souls, how to aspire to be an instrument of bhakti. This is how, by relating to you, we can properly relate to everything. Relating to you has given us the mercy to aspire to relate to Radha Govinda. As you explained, thinking of you at death is as good as thinking of Krishna. Krishna consciousness is understood to be the same
as Srila Prabhupada consciousness. By mercy of Krishna, Janmashtami, we are given your mercy, Vyasa Puja. As you described, this day today is Nandotsav, the festival day of Nanda Maharaj, celebrating Krishna's appearance. You see everything as mercy of Krishna and your Guru Maharaj. Thank you for allowing us to aspire to eternally serve in the Sankirtan movement. Vyasa Puja Day means that when flowers are offered, one's heart, soul, life, words, intelligence, talents, everything are offered to you. Then we are confident that you will offer us to all the Parampara and Radha Govinda ultimately. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. One time, one lady, maybe reporter, she was asking Srila Prabhupada about, well, you know, how did you get your resources to, you know, take this trip from India, come to the Western world, you know, how in other words, the reporters were always, you know, nitpicking about gurus and their finances and things like that. So she's asking, so how, you know, Swamiji, did you get this, you know, your finances, your opportunity to come to America? And Prabhupada said, Krishna. And then she was thinking, well, maybe, you know, he's like a little elderly, could be a little hard of hearing or, you know, slow to respond or figure it out what I'm asking. Swamiji, how is it that you were able to get the finances to come to America? Prabhupada said, Krishna. So everything she would ask was like constantly, you know, like, how did you get all these resources? She's going on and on. And he keeps saying, Krishna. So finally, she's talking to Rameshwar Prabhu, who's there with Prabhupada. And so then she's asking him, so, you know, like, well, maybe your guru, you know, can't really hear or doesn't really get it. You know, he's not on top of, you know, what we want to know here. So she's asking Rameshwar Prabhu. And so Rameshwar Prabhu is thinking, well, Krishna. So finally she just like, all right. So that's it. You know, Prabhupada saw everything as mercy of Krishna. So I probably don't have much time because it's almost 11 o'clock. So I know I was given till 11 o'clock.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Just ask it and then she can repeat. Just, okay.
I really enjoyed to hear from you how we heard from Bajranarayan Maharaj, how, you know, somebody said, why not make International Society of God Consciousness? And then Krishna Sharma Prabhu, he was just speaking about, you know, Srila Prabhupada interacting with George Harrison, non-sectarianism, and, you know, back in those days, we had the guidance of Srila Prabhupada's, you know, personal, you know, personal touch to not go overboard in what can be non-sectarianism or, you know, how to preach in such a way. The Acharyas not stereotype, as we just heard, that in Srila Prabhupada's absence, how do we be balanced in not going overboard or underboard in trying to preach Krishna consciousness in terms of being dynamic or, you know, how to stay true to Srila Prabhupada, but then be dynamic also.
So Srila Prabhupada taught us that if we follow his program, morning, evening program, regulative principles, chanting 16 rounds, and doing service during the day, and being in association of devotees, he said, and that way Krishna will give you the intelligence. You will get the intelligence how to engage people in this world. So he gave us the formula, and it was like, okay, just have confidence and faith in this, what I've given to you, and then Krishna will give you everything you need. And of course, we also understood that Prabhupada, the spiritual master, giving us simultaneously Krishna and Guru giving us exactly what we need by following them. So that's what we have faith in and still live. Yeah, so I guess I have to stop now because it's 11:01. So thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I have to hold it down, right? I have to hold this down. So where's the...
No, you're unmuted right now.
I'm unmuted?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Sounds like Raghunath. Okay, so now we're going to invite Rukmini Walker and then Anutama Prabhu to speak. We're so grateful to have them on. We're not doing full introductions due to time and having so many guest speakers on, so we're not going to do a full bio. But okay, I see Anutama Prabhu, not Rukmini, so maybe you would like to go first. Anutama Prabhu.
Rukmini's ordering me to go first, or requesting me to go first. So.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, our faces, so nice to see you.
I don't know which Vaishnavi I should agree with. I'm getting two different orders.
We'd love for you to speak first, Prabhu.
Okay. Is the volume okay?
Yeah, the volume is great.
We're in a borrowed audience here in Washington, D.C. Temple, so it's okay? The volume's good?
Yeah, the volume is great. And we're going to have all the devotees scoot forward if possible, and then Vinod's going to put his phone here so that the devotees can see you all here, so that everyone can scoot forward so that we can see you all on the phone. Thank you. So
While you're doing that, is there any way you can turn your camera up just for a moment so we can have a brief darshan of Radha Govinda?
Oh, yeah, we can do that, definitely. And yeah, if any of you all don't know who is, just briefly, we could talk forever about his services. He's a glorious disciple of Srila Prabhupada and the GPC member and communications director for ISKCON. Okay, so if you look at Vinod Govinda's screen there, he's giving you darshan of Radha Govinda.
Okay, I have to zoom in on that one. Okay, let's see. We can see them barely. Okay. That's much better.
I can text Rukmini a picture.
Okay, please do that. Okay, great. Okay, so actually, thank you for the introduction. You missed the most important part as far as I'm concerned, which is that he joined the Hare Krishna movement in Denver, Colorado in 1975. Served in Denver, Colorado as the Sankirtan leader for many years, and in Denver, Colorado was a temple president from 1986 to 1993. The rest of it's insignificant, but Denver and being at the lotus feet of Radha Govinda, that's what's important. So forgive me for injecting that a little bit. First of all, obeisances under all the Vaishnavas, Vanchakalpataruscha Kripasinabheva Chapatitanam Pavne Bhyo Vaishnavim Namaha. Rukmini and I moved from Colorado in 1993 And by the grace of the COVID crisis, it's the first time we've been able to make an offering to Srila Prabhupada in Denver. So even in the midst of horrible world calamities and so much suffering, there's always some special opportunity that's there. I wrote kind of a little different Vyasa Puja this year because this is the 50th anniversary of Prabhupada's creating the governing body commission. So I thought that was something that is particularly worthy of appreciating Prabhupada for doing that, and also kind of reminding the devotees around the world of how important that is. So that's the theme of mine. And if anybody looks at what's been published, it's longer, but I've shortened it a little bit, so it's more appropriate for reading. So I'll go ahead and do that. And it's a real honor to be with all the Vaishnavas and to see Radha Govinda. And I can see Prabhupada getting his offering prepared there in the back. And that's lovely. Nice to see everyone there. Is that Kulapriya in the center? No. Really? Hare Krishna, nice to see you. You're muted, but so nice to see you. When I was the president, Kulapriya kept us from going bankrupt. She was our accountant. Yeah, she was, some of you may not believe it, but there was a whole history of the human race before computers. And somehow we had money and we paid bills and we got food and offered boga to the Lord and collected money and distributed books, all those things without computers. So by her grace, we survived during my tenure there. So nice to see you. Hare Krishna. So here's my offering to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharnane Nirvasesha Shinvadi Pastatari Satarne. It was 50 years ago on July 28, 1970. Actually, sorry, start a little earlier. As I mentioned, I edited this down, so some of it's kind of crossed off. I have to pay a little closer attention. Forgive me. I'll start again. This year, 2020, is the 50th anniversary of your founding the Governing Body Commission, GBC. This milestone inspires me to consider the importance of this gift and its role in your transcendental plans, Srila Prabhupada. It was 50 years ago, on July 28, 1970, that your divine grace created the Governing Body Commission. Foreseeing the global expansion of your fledgling society, you created the GBC to help manage and protect the worldwide organization, to free your time for writing and to look after the well-being of your devotees and temples. You expected your GBC members to travel, preach, supervise, and uphold ISKCON standards. You also planned for the GBC to continue to manage the affairs of the society, as you called it, after your departure. This is from a letter to Rupanuga. I have formed this GBC for that purpose, to keep the devotional standards at the highest level and at the same time to manage a worldwide organization. End quote. Consultation and cooperation were to be the means of governance. In the future, there was not to be a single leader of ISKCON who set spiritual or secular policy. Instead, you, Srila Prabhupada, would always be ISKCON's founder, Charya, teacher, and standard bearer. Quote from a letter to Bali Madan. The 12 GBC members are being trained up strictly under my guidance so that they will protect the interests of the society very, very carefully. All our property should be well protected, and I think in every document, my name as founder Charya should be mentioned. As you affirmed in your will, the GBC was to be the, quote, ultimate managing authority of the entire International Society for Krishna Consciousness, end quote. You knew it was essential for your youthful leaders to also remember who was the real manager, Sri Krishna. Quote from letter to Nevataji. As the boys are getting experienced, I shall very soon transfer the administration to them. But actually what is needed is to render sincere service to the Lord, because ultimately Krishna is the supreme manager. You also knew and you experienced firsthand that the GBC would make mistakes. You warned the GBC to be careful to uphold Vaishnava standards while respecting other seniors and ISKCON leaders. In training the GBC, you were firm, yet also forgiving. Letter to Tamal Krishna. I am glad that you have admitted about the GBC members not appropriately discharging their duty. I do not mind this discrepancy, but You should be alert, you and all the GBC members. People have respect for our movement. Now it is time for the GBC members to be very, very careful so that people may not point out any black spot in the behavior of our society. The GBC did sometimes err. I was present in 1976 in Mayapur. I came there from Denver. I was a Bhakta, and I went to get initiated in 1976. So I was there in Mayapur when the GBC overstepped its boundaries. By the influence of a few powerful sannyasis and a zealous enthusiasm to have temples filled exclusively with brahmacharis and sannyasis, the GBC passed a resolution that all women and all married men must move out of the temples. When this came to your attention, and after the temple presence around the world complained that without women and married men in their temples, preaching and other services would come to a halt, you, Srila Prabhupada, overturned that decision. When errors were made and human frailties were detected within the GBC body, you made corrections. You gave additional instructions and continued to empower the GBC to lead and advance the mission of Lord Chaitanya. Letter from Room Conversation. Stick to our principle and see our GBC is very alert. Then everything will go on, even I am not present. Do that. That is my request. Whatever little I have taught you, follow that, and nobody will be aggrieved. No Maya will touch you. End of that conversation. Since your departure, Srila Prabhupada, under your continued leadership and the guidance of the GBC, ISKCON has flourished. We now have some 600 temples, 110 vegetarian restaurants, 70 farms and eco communities, and more than 550 million of your books have been distributed, and more than 100,000 devotees have taken Vaishnava initiation. The Temple of Vedic Planetarium is rising in Mayapur. ISKCON's contributions have been honored by governments and the United Nations. Vaishnava colleges have opened. Devotee scholars now teach in universities, and devotee lawyers now practice in the courts. Your movement is now an international society. Not surprisingly, there have been challenges as well. Even when you were physically present with us, and since then, misguided governments, parents, and others have accused ISKCON of being a cult or a sect. In some countries, there have been drawn-out court battles, media attacks, and official inquiries as to whether ISKCON was a positive or negative force in society. In the mid-1980s, ISKCON faced the demise of many of the leaders who had taken up the role of initiating spiritual masters. Faced with this crisis, tremendous forces were unleashed that threatened to splinter your movement. In the 1990s, ISKCON became aware of the widespread abuse of children in our schools and communities during the 70s and the 80s. With heartbreak, we learned that our children, families, and communities were injured and scarred. Yet, despite these calamities and a multitude of other challenges, your society has continued. We have suffered for our mistakes and the disturbances caused by others. Yet in each instance, ISKCON has become more introspective, corrected itself, purged itself where necessary, and continued. We have endured because of your grace, Srila Prabhupada, your inspiration, your guidance, your purity, your faith in us, and the faith you gave us in Krishna. And to a large extent, because of the wisdom you showed in creating the Governing Body Commission. Creating the GBC, despite its frailties and human limitations, was one of the greatest gifts you gave us. When unified action was needed, because of your foresight, a system of cooperative decision-making was in place. In each of the above-mentioned crippling crises, ISKCON benefited from a GBC that could lead us out of the morass. Despite the historical fact that most religious communities crumble after the passing of their founder, ISKCON is held together while the GBC led us through court battles, media attacks, deviant philosophies, wayward gurus, splinter groups, and myriad other challenges, both internal and external. By your blessings, the GBC has also made a multitude of positive contributions to strengthen and grow ISKCON. There are now standards for awarding sannyas, courses for initiating gurus and prospective disciples, a Shastric advisory council that guides the GBC on philosophical questions, a GBC college to train future leaders, a child protection office to aid in protecting children, etc. Today, ISKCON is white, black, brown, and every color under the rainbow. We are growing in India, the Americas, Europe, Russia, Africa, Asia, Australasia, and every place in between. We are no longer just ashrams full of young people. We are young and we are grandparents. We are men, women, and children. We are renunciates and we are corporate leaders. Our growth is far-ranging, and so too sometimes are our opinions, allegiances, and affections. Living through the pain of watching Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's mission splinter, you made it a priority in 1970, even before your beloved BBT was created, to form the governing body commission. You knew that ISKCON would need an ultimate managing authority to bind us together. Quote from a letter to Rupanuga. Whenever there are individuals, there is bound to be difference of opinion. Therefore, for this purpose, I have formulated the GBC. Letter to Hansaduta. I have built a skeleton of the building, but there is much more work remaining before us. The GBC men are there. The world is divided into zones for gradual development by these, my chosen right-hand men. So however you manage it, that you know best, but do not become discouraged. Srila Prabhupada, marking the 50th anniversary of the GBC, we are reminded that the GBC was and remains an integral part of your vision. In the midst of an ever-changing material world, the GBC system that you created holds us together, provides global vision, provides harmony when we disagree, corrects us when we swerve, and reminds us of our central allegiance to you and to your ISKCON. In the future, more opportunities and challenges will face ISKCON. Yet, if we remain faithful to your vision, your teachings, your central and preeminent position in ISKCON, and if we strive to serve cooperatively under the guidance of your GBC, Lord Chaitanya's movement will remain strong, and your transcendental desire that his blessings be distributed throughout the world will continue unchecked. One last letter to Vyasa. So you GBC men are my selected few for ensuring that what I am doing will be carried on very nicely for the pleasure of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So now you must, all my senior disciples and leaders, become very, very much aware of your grave responsibility to the human society for delivering them from the clutches of catastrophe. And be always cool-headed and utilize every moment in the best manner possible. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for the gift of the GBC and for the many, many gifts you have bestowed upon us. Aspiring to be your eternal servant, I remain a Nuttamadas. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So I'm going to swing the computer around here, and now Rukmini will share her offering. Okay.
Hare Krishna. Vanchakapatarubhyascha kripasindhuvaivacha patitanam pavanebhyo Shri Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. It's so nice to be invited back to Denver after such a long time, such a holy place full of such saintly devotees, and we're very grateful to you. Haribol Kula Priya. So nice to see you. Haribol. I can't see Radha Govinda right now. I see Srila Prabhupada. So thank you so much for inviting us. Here is my Vyasa Puja offering. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarne. So this is Srila Prabhupada's, the anniversary, the 124th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's appearance in this world. Dear Srila Prabhupada, today, as we shelter in place due to the coronavirus, we must bow at your feet again and again and thank you for the unprecedented shelter you have given us. You have created our good fortune and good fortune for a misguided world that without you remained baffled. Just as Hanuman, the great servant of Lord Ram, slipped into Lanka, the kingdom of Ravana, unnoticed in a tiny form, and set the whole city on fire, while the evil Ravana prepared to wage war. In the same way, you entered New York City, the kingdom of Kali, anonymously, as a penniless elderly Indian Swami, as our government waged war on Vietnam, and we, the youth, waged war on our government. We wanted to create a revolution against the system, but the revolution you sparked, and this is a quote from First Canto Srimad Bhagavatam, the revolution you sparked, full of transcendental words directed toward bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misguided civilization, that's the end of the Srimad Bhagavatam quote, has changed the course of human history beyond anything we could have fought for or even imagined. Without the shelter of your compassion and your sheltering words of wisdom, we, the youth of the 1960s counterculture, were perhaps the most impious and misdirected the world had ever seen. The revolution you sparked has been noted by renowned scholars as well. Professor A.L. Basham writes in his A Cultural History of India, he says, a new aspect of the counterattack from the East is the importation not only of the mystical gnosis of India, but also her simple faith. This is chiefly the work of what is generally called the Hare Krishna movement, founded by Swami Prabhupada. This society now has branches in many of the larger cities of the West, and its adherents follow the rituals of the devotional Vaishnavism of the Chaitanya sect of Bengal. The movement is historically very significant, for now, for the first time since the days of the Roman Empire, an Asian religion is being openly practiced by people of Western origin in the streets of Western cities. The simple faith he refers to is the revolutionary faith you bestowed upon us and upon the world, that we are immutable spirit beyond this world of matter and existing eternally as Krishna's loving servants. Under your shelter, inspired by the pinnacle of your example, the deathless nectar of Krishna's name, form, qualities, and pastimes is being tasted and shared all over the world. Under your shelter, the people of the world are experiencing a revolution in consciousness, realizing the purpose of life, ending their suffering, and reawakening joy in consciousness of Krishna. You warned us that this world is a place of danger. Now, at a time when the whole world is sheltering in fear of the coronavirus, we hold your lotus feet to our hearts as our only real and fearless shelter, aspiring to be an eternal servant of your revolutionary and divine instructions, Rukmini Devi Dasi. So thank you all so very much. And just a couple of more thoughts on Srila Prabhupada being a revolutionary and creating a revolution in consciousness. I think sometimes these days, people, devotees in our society tend to stereotype Srila Prabhupada and put him in a box. But Srila Prabhupada was not a stereotype person. He was visionary, and he had very long-term vision. And he said often that he had a lot of patience in executing that vision. But he was also very sensitive and aware of the individuals he was speaking to, the time, place, people, circumstance. And so he was always honoring the individual realizations and individual, spontaneous, and voluntary, as Vaishesika Prabhu likes to quote Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada was always fanning the sparks of our individual inspirations to serve him in different ways. And sometimes he would try something and sometimes it didn't work and he would try something else. He would put that aside and try something else. So he was always up for the next adventure and always up for the next spontaneous, voluntary service that anyone might be inspired to offer him with even a tiny little spark of devotion. So thank you all so very much for inviting us to speak to your wonderful community. We both miss Shishi Radha Govinda very much, and Shishi Gornitai, and Lord Jagannath, and all of the very sweet devotees there in Denver, ISKCON. And Anuttama Prabhu wants to say something. Hare Krishna.
I think we have just a couple of minutes left with the time allotted for us. I just wanted to comment briefly. We hear so much about how devotees should be humble and Prabhupada's humility. And I've just been rereading the Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita authored by Satsrup Maharaj. And I would really encourage devotees, if you haven't read it, you really should. Because again, as Rukmini said, sometimes there's a tendency to kind of stereotype Srila Prabhupada, but he was not. You can't stereotype him. And his creativity and his empowering the devotees was so amazing. And I just reread again the one section with Prabhupada in 26 Second Avenue. And there is described, very brief reference, but very important one. Prabhupada told all the disciples and his followers and all these young hippies, practically, just many of them still were hippies, they should be very respectful to the landlord of this building. And it's described that the landlord, I think his name was Mr. Chuti, he didn't really like the young people. He liked Prabhupada, but he didn't like all these young people. He would thought they were kind of troublesome. So Prabhupada told them, you should treat him like your father. And they would sometimes say, oh, you are like our father. But Prabhupada himself understood that this person is our, he's the manager, he's the owner of this building. We should treat him. We should make sure the relationship is a good one. They had issues with people upstairs were complaining because of the kirtans and this, that. So it's described in Lilamrita that Prabhupada would sometimes, Srila Prabhupada, recently come from India, from Vrindavan, Brahminical, founder-charya of the Future Society, such an exalted, pure personality. He would sometimes help Mr. Chuti take out the trash of the neighbors. And I mention that because sometimes we think, oh yeah, we're supposed to be humble. Well, what does it mean to be humble? It means that I'm an insignificant part and parcel of Krishna, who's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So therefore I'm so much better than everybody else who's in Maya, because they don't know that, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes our humility is not so humble, but it just really amazed me because I didn't remember reading that to Prabhupada. I mean, how many of us are like willing to help the neighbors take out their trash? You know? Prabhupada helped the landlord help take out the trash of the neighbors because he was in the, and who knows what was in the trash. Those people were not vegetarians. They were not following the 4 regular principles. There's lots of nasty stuff in those trash. Prabhupada would help them take out the trash, which in India, you don't even touch that stuff, right? There's another caste is supposed to do that. Srila Prabhupada was so beyond any concept of caste, so beyond any concepts of class. It's all about being a humble servant. And sometimes as devotees, we think, well, we're supposed to serve like my Diksha Guru, but everybody else is second-class citizen, or serve some senior Prabhupada disciples, but everybody else is second-class citizen. No, Prabhupada showed us by his example, if we really understand we're the servant of the servant of the servant, we serve every living entity, of course, especially the Vaishnavas. But he gave this just amazing example that he was so humble, so willing to build a nice, friendly relationship with this landlord, that he was assisting in taking out the trash of neighbors. So we hear all day long about Prabhupada's glorious activities. Part of his glory is how he acted in such humble situation and these kind of things. So let's all keep that in mind and model that behavior as well, because that's what we're meant to do. Okay, thank you again. It's a really are so happy to be with the devotees in Denver. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. All glories to Shishi Radha Govindaji. All glories to Shishi Gornitai. All glories to Lord Jagannath, Subhadra, Baladev, and all glories to all the beautiful Vaishnavas who are their devoted servants. Hare Krishna.
Wait, Mother Nature wants to say something to you all.
Mother Nidra is our Siksha guru.
Haribo, Nidra, Ji, Haribo.
Thank you so much. I wanted to let you know that Jyoti Mori, she wanted to give her greetings to both of you. She's not here in Denver right now, but she's been sponsoring the Janmashtami outfit for some years. And I have to say that people like that have been inspired by both of you over the years, over the decades. And I'm always inspired by you. You're like my, spiritual parents, as so many of the devotees are. And I just say thank you so much because I owe so much of my Krishna consciousness to you. So thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Nidra gave the brahmacharis in my era. Denver was a big brahmachari temple, but there were a few ladies who specialized in book distribution. And among her many, many gifts, she and her Vaishnavi colleagues gave the blessing of humility to the men because they always beat us. They always beat us on Sankirtan. Everybody knew the ladies, the Denver women book distributors were the best. Everybody knew that. So thank you, Mother Nidra.
Thank you, Nidra, so much. And thank you for adopting us as your children. And actually, you've adopted the whole world. And thank you for being so exemplary to reach out and care for so many people all over the world by your love and your letters and your affection.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Bo. Tusta Prabhu.
Hare Bo Tusta Ji.
Hare Bo.
Hare Krishna, Prabhus. I just wanted that on that last memory you were sharing of Srila Prabhupada doing that simple task of taking out the trash. I remember when I came here in 1992, I was just train hopping across the country. And I remember when I got here, Nuttama Prabhu and Mother Rukmini, it was such a comforting feeling, along with Mother Nidra there and a few others. It was so nourishing to have, you're actually probably about 40 years old when I joined. And it was such a comforting feeling. And I remember Nuttama Prabhu was carrying down, we would get these donations from the government for Food for Life, cases of orange juice and raisins and peanuts, peanut butter, things like that. And I just have a visual of, I remember coming in and seeing you on a ladder, cleaning the chandeliers or getting us all organized it was just so dynamic. I just felt like, wow, this leader's like, he's got his hands in like 8 different areas within 1 hour, how much he's orchestrating, and just appreciating your example of what you just shared about Srila Prabhupada, just rolling your sleeves up and just being on the grounds. And then Mother Rukmini, just your motherly, comforting and caring mood for us young seekers coming in, bewildered and lost. So those were special years coming into the Sangha of Vaishnavas.
Tusta, I have one request so you can plan ahead, but I think Maharada Govinda were installed in 1976 or maybe 77. Maybe Nidra knows, because I remember them coming in the crate in the entranceway, and Kurukshetra Prabhu was still there as temple president. So it was either 76, 77. And it just crossed my mind the other day, that would be a wonderful time to have a 50th anniversary in Denver. And if you give everybody like notice, not like a month or two, because some of us, we don't move, we can't walk across the country that fast anymore. So, maybe there was like a 1-year notice and get as many devotees that served in Denver. And there's a lot. I travel a lot of places and people like, oh yeah, we were together in Denver. I was in, a lot of people around the world have a very warm connection with Denver. So a 50th anniversary part of the installation of the Mahadidis would be really special.
Okay, well, we have Sri Radha and Vrinda Sundari here, so they're the dynamic organizers, and I'm sure they'll definitely be helpful to get that together. And
very good.
Thank you very much.
Very good. We'll buy our tickets now while they're really cheap.
That would be really nice, Prabhu. We did one a few years ago with Pranavalabha Prabhu sharing memories of all the pictures. So it'd be so great. Savas Prabhu, yourselves, Naikatma, yeah, that'd be really awesome.
There's a bunch before us too, so as many as possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Just contact the local health department and arrange a lot of wheelchairs ahead of time for all of us, okay? And that would be very successful.
Haribol. All glories to the devotees of ISKCON Denver.
Shri Radha Govinda ki jai.
Shri Radha Govinda ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Haribol. Thank you.
Haribol.
Thank you.
So good to see you all. Haribol.
Let me just. Hey, Vrinda, did you want to read the temple offering?
I can. You don't want to say anything?
I can say something after the arti. Just have about something for about 10 minutes. I think it involves something about Nandotsava. So why don't you go ahead and read the temple?
All right.
Huh?
Okay. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your glorious Appearance Day celebration, to what you left with us to carry forward on your behalf, and to your continued presence in your instructions, lectures, and books. It's early morning and 5 of us are on the altar. The transcendental bodies of our small Gaurnitai deities are being massaged with fragrant natural oils, and the aroma fills the altar space. One of us is gently dressing little Radha Govinda in bright orange and silver garments, and another is ringing the bell while offering 16 upacharas to Lord Jagannath, Lord Baladev, and Srimati Subhadra. Another is wiping down the bodies of big Gaurnitai in preparation for dressing them, and we're listening to one of your lectures, given in 1976 in Mayapur. As I place a sparkling silver necklace on Govinda's chest, you use the term unity in variety. I reach for the flower garland. Very interesting, you say. This is realization of God. There is difference, varieties. At the same time, they're one. Unity in variety. As I rest the garland on Srimati Radharani's chest, I notice the garland's well-crafted artistic construction. White, red, and orange carnations and roses, green leaves strung with care. Every week we purchase the garland flowers, and when I show up to dress the deities, I see how each garland maker has used those flowers to make a unique, fresh creation. A single flower itself is an artistic creation, with each of its petals and parts forming a perfect, radiant piece of art, and many flowers strung together by God-gifted intelligence and individual devotion is another dimension of creation. The sound of the grain grinder in the deity kitchen begins as the cook grinds whole ancient wheat berries to make fresh suji. Then you say, millions of universes, millions of stars, millions of planets. What to speak of living entities? Everything unlimited. The dichotomy strikes me. Each of us is one little limited speck in an endless creation of unlimitedness. Each of us individually is limited. You explain how Krishna is one source, the underlying adhesive. Although he expands unlimitedly, he does not become limited or lose himself in that expansion. Quote, just like a big man, end quote. The big man at home with his family relaxed in a comfy chair directs his entire business, all its offices and factories from his phone. He doesn't need to visit the offices or factories, he does it all from his abode. Quote, and there are managements, so many managements, but all these managements are going on the supreme management, Krishna, that one supreme person. He is managing everything. End quote. Soaking in that perspective, I am now working on Govinda's turban. As I pin one swirly teal peacock feather mukut into place, I appreciate how wonderful it is to be limited. Being limited means we individually don't need to be Krishna. We just need to rely on him. The invocation to Sri Ishopanishad says that every part of the perfect and complete whole is individually perfect and complete in itself. We might not always feel perfect and complete, but when we're connected to Krishna in a mood of harmonious dependency, we are complete. None of us ever lose our limitedness, though, and that's why cooperation is so necessary. The pujari to my left begins to ring the bell, twirling the incense in graceful circles. I hear the deity kitchen door open. The aroma of halava fills the pujari room, and the cook sets the breakfast plates on the counter near the altar room door. Another pujari appears with the achman tray and small red velvet seats for the boga offering. We are all diverse, variegated entities. Each of us has our own unique strengths and talents, yet each of us is limited in those. When our various strengths complement one another, we multiply the value of our collective offering to Krishna, who is that unity in variety. When I take into account the perspective and experiences of others in relationship to myself, my viewpoint broadens and I see where I can refine and where my limits are. In my limitedness, I find myself settling into a humility that invites an empowering mercy and grace from Krishna, the Parampara, and the Vaishnavas. When we all have this mood of humility and interdependence, we benefit exponentially, both individually and collectively. Dear Srila Prabhupada, as we continue to serve your mission together here at ISKCON Denver, New Badrik Ashram, we pray for your blessings to maintain this empowering humility and team cooperation, the kind that is grateful for the standards you gave us, the kind that recognizes the need for diverse moods and perspectives, the kind that compassionately recognizes one another's strengths and limitations, the kind that supports one another in creating a collective offering that will uplift each of us individually and the world at large. Your servants at New Badrik Ashram, Denver, Colorado.
Haribo!
Srikanta Prabhu, I think you're trying to say something and I'm not hearing you.
Just saying that's such a beautiful, thoughtful, and poetic offering. How do I get a copy? Sir, I need it.
I can forward you the link. The Vyasa Puja book is on all digital now, so I can email you the link.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vrinda Sundari. So what we're going to do now is, with the devotees who are here in the temple, we're going to be doing. Wait, how are we going to do Pushpanjali?
If you would like to have Mother Nidra say any more during the offering, or Srikanta Prabhu, if you want to say any more.
I was going to say I would love to hear more from Nidra.
Okay.
Yeah, we're supposed to be doing Pushpanjali, but the offering's being made right now, so we're kind of a little conflicted. Then you.
Good idea.
When Srila Prabhupada came here in the summer of 1975, many of the devotees had to vacate the duplex. 1917, they vacated all the upstairs in order to accommodate quarters for Srila Prabhupada. And then they vacated, they were mostly grahasta couples living in the duplex. They vacated top floor of 1421 so that Prabhupada's secretary and servant could also be, and other sannyasis could have that quarter there. And then they hooked up a wire cord from the windows in the two sections of the duplex. So in Prabhupada's room, there was like a buzzer system. And then it would buzz in, from 1417 to 1421. And then Brahmananda Prabhu or anyone else who was there would hear, the books, Prabhupada's buzzing. So they had this system, and so devotees were camped out in the basements and in the backyards because it was summertime. And so one friend of the devotees had acquired previous limousine for Richard Nixon, who used to be president. And it was a bulletproof limousine that one friend of the devotees had acquired. So they used that for Prabhupada when they picked him up at the old Denver airport. And when they picked up Prabhupada, he came out to the curbside there. You can see the whole panorama of the mountains there. And then Prabhupada looked, could see, this looks like Himalayas. So he named this center here New Badrak Ashram. And then when he came here, at that time, it was just Chota Radha Govinda. They were in the center, deities in the altar. And Prabhupada really loved them. They looked a lot like his deities that he had. And so temple president had a name for them, all picked out. But Srila Prabhupada said, no, Radha Govinda. You should name them Radha Govinda. And so Prabhupada's Vyasa was back here, same place, but a different Vyasa. Nobody knows what happened to it. It just floated away. Seriously, I asked Pranabala Prabhu, what happened? He said, I can't figure it out. How something as big as that just walked away. And so anyway, so then Prabhupada sitting back there, he was taking darshan, and he said, well, where is Govinda's feather? That's a long way. And so Prabhupada could see exactly how deities were dressed. He was very attentive to all the details. And at one point, Dasra Prabhu, he was chanting on harmonium, and he was chanting bhajan by Narottam Das Thakur. And so Prabhupada asked him, do you know the meaning of this bhajan? And fortunately, he knew. And Prabhupada really appreciated that. He said, that's good, what is the meaning of what you are chanting. And then I was told most all of this by Pranabala. So then he said that when they went to City Park, which we call Prabhupada Park, Srila Prabhupada talked about the snake in the mouse hole. And he was saying how, the mouse makes the hole as a home, and then the snake comes in and eats the mouse, and then utilizes the mouse hole as an abode. And so Prabhupada said similarly, so all of these people who already have all the know-how and the talents, they create these parks, and we just come and we take advantage. There's, nobody here, and we're taking advantage. So he gave that example of how, there's so many personalities in this world, professionals and talented people who can do so many things, perhaps so much better than devotees in terms of their facility. So let them do the Agyata Sukriti and let them serve, this mission. And in that way, we can utilize what they have created. And then Srila Prabhupada, he would read Krishna book in backyard of 1417, and you might have seen, there is a famous picture of him sitting on his rocker in the backyard, hearing the devotees reading Krishna book to him. And he taught Upendra Prabhu a lot of cooking in the kitchen of 1417. And there's famous pictures of Upendra with Prabhupada instructing him there. And so also Vishnu John Maharaj came in, as he usually did for most of Prabhupada's visits. He would come in, you know, with his bus, and he would stay for some time. And, he would converse with Prabhupada. And then on the morning walks that Prabhupada would take around the lake, he was observing, you know, the kind of nice features of Denver and appreciating the features of this Dham. So those are just a few memories. I don't know how much time I have, but there's lots of little tidbits of Srila Prabhupada visiting in Denver. There was one lady who lived on the corner here in that red brick house, Mary, and she was quite elderly, but she would come out of her house whenever Prabhupada and the devotees were walking down the street from the house to come to the temple here. And so Mary would come and she would, in her own way, pay her respects to the leader of the Kirshnerers, she would say. And so just from that little association, you know, that she had with Srila Prabhupada, she transformed. This lady became like a devotee. She would have Ganapati Swami and all of us in her house for programs and readings of Chaitanya Charitamrita. You know, this is Mary, how she transformed. So who can tell me what time we have? Just don't know.
We're going to go until 12. We're going to do RT.
Okay, did you want anything else, anyone else to speak? So
Maybe before the RT experience.
yeah.
It's actually right in line with So because of so we don't rush Pushpanjali. I always feel like if we rush Pushpanjali, the mind's thinking about got to get this in. So the Mangala Charm prayer was so nice and sacred. So we'll do it after the RT. We'll do Pushpanjali after the RT. That way we're not rushing in 8 minutes. So doing the timing. Just wanted to welcome Jagadananda Prabhu, like Anuttama and Rukmini, even before them when I was 17. Laguna Beach in the wild days of surfing and Congo drumming on the beach. Jagadananda would take me to the temple and let me stay in his little loft on the canyon, and it was really accommodating for me to connect with Krishna consciousness in a very welcoming, kind of smooth way. Didn't bother him that I had long dreadlocks and sandy feet. That's why we left you. And he would be very welcoming, inviting to a few of us. And I remember that time with him and a few others. So really happy to have you with us. So I just wanted to read for a few minutes regarding Pushpanjali. This is a book of Srila Prabhupada's writings called The Shower of Divine Compassion, and really gives one some appreciation of, as Rukmini Mata was talking about, Prabhupada is that you can't stereotype Prabhupada, and him as a revolutionary. I think for many of us, we were kind of in activist mode before we came to Krishna consciousness, and we wouldn't settle to be under a guide, or you could say a leader activist that was going to be anything less than those who we were already working for. It would have to be someone that surpasses them in a very dynamic way. So these writings of Prabhupada really give that spirit. So there's a lot to read, so I'm just going to read one section. It's called the Vasishtha Ashtaka. Composed in 1961, shortly after Prabhupada was a junior sannyasi at that time, but was very bold in his expression as far as his vision of the mission. So I'll just read the small intro and then go to the particular offering. In February of 1961, on Vyasa Puja Day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, the anniversary of the appearance of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, Bhaktivedanta Swami was again in Vrindavan. Some of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's disciples had gathered there, offered flowers before their spiritual master's picture, and held congregational chanting. But Bhaktivedanta Swami thought that they should be doing much more than that. They should be planning and executing the worldwide preaching mission that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had desired. Instead, they were a gathering of independent individuals, each with his own small idea, each maintaining a small center or living at someone else's center, but with no world programs, not even a program for India. Many of them had no plans or vision beyond their own bodily maintenance. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had asked for a governing body to conduct his movement, but there was no governing body, and practically there was no movement. Some who had fought bitterly were again on speaking terms and now feared that any sudden organizational attempts might simply stir up old animosities. At least they could gather together in a civilized fashion to make an offering to their spiritual masters. Amongst his godbrothers, Bhaktivedanta Swami was a junior sannyasi. Although recognized writer and editor, he had no temple or followers of his own. Yet he knew he was trying to follow Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. He felt himself helpless and alone against the vast forces of Maya. His godbrothers were not an army united against Maya's forces, but were more like apathetic monks growing old, holding on to religious principles and rituals, devoid of life. How could they gather to worship their spiritual master without remorsefully admitting their failure, in the spirit of, quote, better late than never, trying to rectify it? Since the custom on Vyasa Puja Day was for each disciple to write an offering glorifying his spiritual master to share it with the assembly of godbrothers, Bhaktivedanta Swami wrote an offering in Bengali poetry, more like an outburst than a tribute, and presented it before his godbrothers for their response. As he read the poem, its truth exploding in the midst of the gathering of aging sannyasis, some agreed with him and others were incensed. Their meeting, however, took no new direction. They did not sit down together and plan as he had pleaded. Swami Maharaj's poem was taken just as another poetic expression or opinion. The godbrothers were inclined to let the old wounds heal with the passing of time, to go back over the whole thing again and reconstruct the mission as it had been before, when Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had been present, and to attempt all those ambitious programs. How was it possible? They were getting old. Some did not want to leave the shelter of Vrindavan. They would worship Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati within the holy Dham. If Bhaktivedanta Swami could do something more, let him go ahead and try. Okay, so this is just the one poem I'll read. There's 8 of them. And this is number 3, called the Vashishtya Ashtaka, written in 1961. Serving the message instead of imitating the guru. Tritiya Vaishishtya. O Master, if all your disciples sat together and discussed the possibilities, then your movement would become beautified by all sorts of preaching programs. This very thing was your explicit order for us, that everyone should work together to enact the preaching mission while remaining immersed in your instructions. But if everyone simply imitates your exalted position, the effect is verily the opposite. As long as this pretense continues, there will only be utter failure. Even now, O God brothers, you have returned here on the order of our spiritual master. Together we are absorbed in worshiping his divine grace on his annual Vyasa Puja Day. So this one I thought is really relevant, since we're going to be offering Pushpanjali, how we can really see Srila Prabhupada's vision of the substance behind Pushpanjali. But merely having a festival of flowers and fruits does not constitute worship. Those who serve the instructions of the spiritual master actually worship him. In serving the spiritual master's instructions, the disciples are empowered by his transcendental sound vibration. O God brothers, please give up your false pride and return to this standard. Once the greatly learned scholar known as Dr. Kalidas Naga openly challenged our master in a public assembly by saying, "The degraded mission of Kali Yuga is spreading like a plague all over the world. Why then is the vital message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu being kept locked up in a cage?" Oh, shame, shame, my dear God brothers. Are we not embarrassed by what we are doing? In the deceptive manner of mundane businessmen, we are increase the number of our own disciples. Our spiritual masters commanded us to go out and preach. Let the neophytes remain inside the temples and simply ring the bells. So when Prabhupada's saying this, we see we're going to hear Shamir Prash ringing a bell. But this, when Prabhupada wrote so many letters emphasizing the importance of deity worship, meaning that if we ring the bell, while we're ringing the bells, that we're ringing the bells in the mood of the Sankirtan mission. So whether we're cooking, whether we're cleaning, running a restaurant, sewing, making flower gardens, going out on books, if that Sankirtan spirit is there that Prabhupada's talking about, this is what he wanted to see as the substance behind offering of flowers. So we can all stand now. We'll recite Mangala Charan. Or no, I'm sorry, we'll have Kirtan. And then after that, we'll recite the Mangala Charan and offer Pushpanjali. Yeah, let's do that. I think just for giving the proper attention, both to the deities and then to the Prabhupada. And then we can do Puja also. During Kirtan. Yeah. First. Okay. So when someone to sing. Sarva Madhu.
Krishna Krishna Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami
Do you want to change the sound setting? Do you want to change?
I'll adjust How's that?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better.
Is the view good? Put it closer. That's probably safer.
All glories to the
Sammo devotee. All glories to the Sammo devotee. All glories to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada.
So Prabhu's will offer Pushpanjali now. As I said earlier, there would have been a little rush to do the Pushpanjali before the Arti, and these set of prayers, these Mangalacharna mantras, are so profound and nice to recite, so we thought it would be nice to do after the Arti, so we're not rushing through them and offering the flowers in a rush. So we'll take this time. Make sure you have enough flowers, or whatever flowers you have in the palm of your hands. Make sure that they last for 3 offerings. And then for those who like to follow along, you can look at the songbook. We'll also do word by word, so you won't really need to look at the book.
Solo. Just a surfing fun.
Om Jnana Anandasya
Gaura Shakti, Swarupaya, Rupanuga, Alayate, Gaura Nirbhava, Ubesvam, Yudhishta, Satchana Priyaha, Vaishnava Sarvabhauma, Jaganataya, Panchakalpatarubhyascha, Vipasindubhya evacha, Vitanam Bhavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha, Namo Mahavaranyaya, Krishna Prema Pradayate, Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya, Namni Gaura Tishe Namaha, Panchatattvamakam Krishna, Bhaktarupa Swarupakam, Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam, Namami Bhakta Shaktikam, He Krishna, Karuna Sindhu, Dinabandhu, Jagatpate, Gopesha, Gopikakanta, Radhakanta, Namostute, Jayatam, Svatopam, Mamanda, Devati, Sarvasva, Namboja, Adhamaya, Mohanam, Divyadrindaranya, Shimadratnagara, Simhasanasa, Vimadradha, Govindadeva, Krishnadi, Sevyamana, Swarami, Sriman Rasagasarambi, Amshivata Tatasikaha, Nagopi, Vinata Shri Sunaha, Bhaktakanchana Gaurangi, Radhe Vrindavaneshwari, Devi, Pranamami Haripriye, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So let's all recite together Prabhupada's pranams. Once through, Pushpanjali once through, third time Pushpanjali.
Namo Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Prachadine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatari Shatarine, Divine Graces of Bhakti Swami Shunyavadi. Jai. Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Prachadine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatari Shatarine. Divine graces of
Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Prasarine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Askacharya Satarine. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Brihan Mridanga translated the book distribution key, Prasadam Sankirtan Yogya key, Samaveta Bhaktivinoda key, I go Premanandi. Glory to Sima devotee. All glory to Sima devotee. All glory to Sima devotee. Jai Shri Guru Shri Gauranga Shri Prabhupada ki. So we'll have the feast up here, and I wanted to read one short excerpt from a lecture that Prabhupada gave on his Vyasa Puja Day in 1969 in Hamburg, Germany. And he speaks in the notes of this student here. So I thought just we could take just a few minutes to read that passage here. we'll have the feast. Okay, September 5th, 1969, Vyasa Puja. Really nice lectures. You can hear these throughout the day. Okay, let's see towards the end here. Okay, here we go. We will now distribute prasadam. And one thing, coincidence. The Vyasa Puja means to observe the birthday. Okay, this is the first Prabhupada says here. So I do not wish to take much of your time. We will now distribute prasadam. And one thing, coincidence. The Vyasa Puja means to observe the birthday of the spiritual master. That is called Vyasa Puja. And so today, this Nandotsava day, fortunately, 73 years ago, I was born on this date. So this date, Nandotsava, is also a very fortunate occasion. Because after Krishna's birth, Maharaj Nanda, the father of Krishna, he celebrated a utsava, a ceremony. This day is called Nandotsava. So, a little I shall speak about Nandotsava. Nanda Maharaj, he was a little elderly when Krishna was born, and some of his friends came to congratulate. My dear friend, you have got a son in your old age. And Nanda Maharaj said amongst the friends that, how can you say I am old? An old man cannot beget a child. I am a young man. So Prabhupada, just like Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, enter into the emotion of Nanda Maharaj, a special expression here. How can you say I am old? I am old. An old man cannot beget a child. I am a young man. So these things are stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. And all the villagers, because you know, Vrindavan is a village, a big village. Nanda Maharaj is the head of that village. Vrindavan, so all the people came to congratulate the child, and this is called Nandotsava. So one Brahmin, he has spoken a nice verse in this connection. He said that, Shrutim apare smritim itare bharatam anyi vajantu bhavapitaha. There are different kinds of Vedic literatures, Shruti, Smriti, Mahabharata, Vedanta. So he says, let others read Shruti, Vedic literatures, Vedanta Sutra, and Upanishad, and so many there are in Vedic literatures. Let others read that. But I have come here, Aham Iha Nandam Bande. I have come to worship Nanda Maharaj. Nanda Maharaj. Why you have left everything and you have come to worship Nanda Maharaj? Yasya Line Param Rama. Because in his courtyard, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is crawling. The people are searching after what is God, and God is crawling in his yard. So therefore, I do not find anyone more than Nanda Maharaj. So I offer my respects to Nanda Maharaj. Nanda Maharaj ki, Yashodamayi ki. So this is the feeling of a devotee. Generally, those who are followers of speculative process or jnana marg, they finally reach to understand that he is one with the Supreme Absolute Truth, Aham Brahmasmi. But the devotional service is so nice that a devotee is not satisfied that, quote, I am one with the Supreme. But by his service, he becomes greater than the Supreme. Just like Nanda Maharaj, he's not anxious to become one with God, but he underwent so great penances and he became the Father of God. That is possible. A devotee is so great that he can pray the Supreme Lord as his son. Of course, it is a very subtle science for understanding of spiritual knowledge. So today, Nanda Mahotsava is celebrated because the father of Krishna, Ajoki son, Avyayatma Bhutanam Ishwaroki son. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, although God is unborn and he's the supreme, still by love, he accepts one of his devotees as his father and appears as his son. So today is a very nice day that Krishna has appeared. The Supreme Lord has appeared as the son of Nanda Maharaj. So there is some arrangement of prasadam on account of Nanda Maharaj, so you can distribute and enjoy. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Nanda Mahotsava ki. It's a beautiful, very qualification of this auspicious festival. One request we have, yesterday I wanted to thank everyone. It was such a wonderful festival. All the organization that went into it, and as well as today, if you know Kovida, Champakalata, Brenda Sundari, Shirada, you all did the tech support, and you were here from 8 o'clock onwards, so thank you for all those hours of holding the space during Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. And yesterday we were all wearing masks. It was a little bit more of a public event. Today we were thinking it's going to be a little bit more just the core devotees, and at the same time we have a few guests. So when serving out prasadam, who's ever serving out, make sure your hands are washed. We have a few senior guests, Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis with us here. So for sure, if you're serving out prasadam, please wear a mask and make sure your hands are well washed or wear some gloves. And on that note, we'll take this feast. So I was kind of wondering how this whole Vyasa Puja, this Janmashtami was going to go. And somehow it went well. And everyone's really happy. We got a few nice responses from the community. And yeah, it was an awkward situation. And Rannath Mar shared the wisdom of the sages yesterday that yes, like our unusual circumstance, Krishna was also born in a lockdown. Right? He was sharing how God, Krishna, also took birth in prison. It's a very unusual circumstance to take birth in prison. There was no audience there. It was just a Devaki and Vasudeva. So, as that was an unusual circumstance, so we may also be in an unusual circumstance. We continue to really take shelter and depend on the mercy of God. Thank you all for coming. Nandasuna will read tonight at 5. Some more biography of Srila Prabhupada. So if you're around, tune in online or come to the Zoom call. Zoom call. Yeah. Zoom Sankirtan. Yeah. Oh, is there more? Oh, that's great. So starting at 3 o'clock, we have Mahaprabhu, and then Urmila, and Yogeshwar Prabhu. Okay, so 3 to when? 4:30. 3 to 4:30, we have Mahatma, Urmila, and Yogeshwar Prabhu's giving some katha to Srila Prabhupada. So tune into Zoom.
Same link.
Same link. Okay, same link as this morning. If you have any questions, contact Vino or Sundari and they'll be hosting. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama
So Prabhu, it's just for a little coordination. I think it's, the rows are, yeah, maybe you all come this way. And then, same row system. A special thanks to Rasa Kya, Meenakshi, and Kruti. Matsupriya just got back after 2 months traveling, and he jumped on the feast last night, so big thanks to Matsupriya. Hare Krishna, devotees. Hare Krishna, one quick announcement and question. Trying to recall who is signed up to clean the temple room and the kitchen after this. 1, 2. Okay, so those are the only 2 who I was able to reach out to. Who else would like to help? The cleanup up here won't be very much at all. Downstairs is going to need a little more help. We probably use at least 3 or 4 more people. We got 1, 2. Sati, you're raising your hand. 3? Okay. That should be good. Thank you, Bruce.
You guys get kebab jumpers? Want another one?